Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Well, we still got a little bit of sun left. Still got a little bit of sun left. Glory be unto the Most High. Shabbat Shalom on the East Coast. About to kick off any moment right now on the West Coast. Shabbat Shalom, everybody in Christ's body. Huh? He brought us to another blessed one. Glory be unto his holy name. Good to see everybody. Right? He brought us to the end of another one, y'all. Right? Brought us down to the end of another week. You eating, girl? Brought us down to the end of another week. Hold on, let me hit my record button over here. Right? Give the Father all the glory, all the honor, and every drop of the praise. Right? Gonna let a few of y'all get up in here. Right. Hopefully you get your notifications. Hopefully you get your notifications and things of this nature. Right? Hold up, let me break this weak connection and try to start a stronger one. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. Reconnect it real quick, see if that helps. See if maybe somebody get their notifications real quick. Ashara, how was your week, sister? Mm, okay. It's been incredibly blessed. I'm having a wonderful time visiting my family in AZ. All praises to the Most High, sister. Pray you enjoy yourself out there, right? How long you gonna be out there? You back out there or what? You gonna be back out this way? Tried and true. Shalom. What kind of week was it? Shabbat Shalom. Sunday. Oh, praises. You'll be back Sunday. That's what's up. Glory to the Most High. I'm just tapping in, y'all. Tyrone King. Shalom, sir. It's all in the blood, in the name of Yahweh. Who? Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shawai. Yahweh in salvation. Shalom. Feast of Tabernacle. All praises to the Most High, my brother. Right? You sound like you got it all. You got it in all caps and all that. You mean that. All praises to the Most High, my brother. Right? You know, you headed where you need to go if that love is tight. See what I'm saying? If that love is A1, you know, but yeah. There's the wife. Glory to the Most High. We just filing in, y'all. I just want to greet y'all with a firm Shabbat Shalom. You know? Tell you not to worry. Tell you don't let nobody put no fear off in you. Things of a nature like this. Right. Things of a nature like this. Tell you not to worry about nothing. The Father got us. Oh, baby. You know that background is real. You'll be here in a minute. Okay, Yahweh Shawah. Okay. Tried and true, blessed up, blessed to wake up to familiar faces and to be able to bring another holy Sabbath in. That's right. All praises to the Most High. You know, we give the Most High all the praise, all the honor, all the glory. Right? There's many gods, but we know which one we serve. Right? And uh, if you're not loving, then you're all serving the same one. Worried about what his name is and this and that and all of these types of things. But it's like, for real, what that heart looking like? What did you do for anybody today? What did you do for anybody yesterday? What that charity looking like? That's what says who you serve, right? Your deeds, baby. Let us love not only in word, but in deed. And let us not be hearers of the word only, but doers also. Doers of the word, right? The Most High has some hungry children out there. The Father has some cold children out there. The Father has some hurt children out there, right? The Father has some children out there uh, dealing with all types of predators, right? The Father has children out there that need rescuing. And guess what? He has work for them. He has things for them to do. Con, he has work for them. He has people that need to be saved through them. You know, he didn't assign everybody just to anybody. You know, you were born with a specific person. I mean, you were born as a specific person who was meant to reach some specific people. I can't reach your people and you can't reach mine, right? A true child of the Most High knows this. They think we were just born and you could just go out here and just scoop the world, just flip the world and turn the world, right? Put everybody in your pocket. Put all the souls you can. They all belong to you. No, it's some people you can't even reach. It's some people, as soon as they heard your voice, yuck, right? Nah, every soul that needs to be enlightened don't belong to you. Amen. Glory be unto the Most High and Him alone. I have mine. I have my work cut out. You have yours. And all of y'all listening in, you have yours. Ain't it? Right. It's only one name given under heaven that one may be saved. True. You're absolutely right. Right. Abba Bivens, Mashah, Yaiquab, Ariyah, and Tazadakia has fallen, suddenly died. The rest are one west next. They don't repent. Khan, is that what the Most High telling you? You know, I don't know. He didn't give me any information about them, Khan. He's pulling out Revelation 17 and 10, and there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and one is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. Seal open. Only I can open the seals. Okay. Only you could open them. Believe all things, brother. I hope you right. Right. Oh, there he is. Ricardo, Shalom, my brother. Shabbat Shalom, excuse me. Right. Brother Tyrone in Mississippi. Talking that talk, huh? Ecclesiasticus 47 and 21, he pulls out. So the kingdom was divided, and out of Ephraim ruled the rebellious kingdom, right? Uh, Chakasha meant rebel in the Choctaw language. Right? Mississippi is the land of Yasharala. Is that right? Oh, you got, man. You loaded, baby. You uncovering some mysteries, ain't it? Chickasaw. Okay. Okay. Explain how Levi is the Haitians? Okay. I'll explain it to you right now. It's called Titus 3 and 9. Put it right here for you. Kapow. Titus 3 and 9. But avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions and strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain. At the end of us right now, talking about who's who and how to prove it and who's off and all of this, at the end of us talking about that, our hearts are still going to be wrecked and we're going to die and go to hell, right? Let's let's repair these hearts, right, and be out here doing some charity. That's the work of Christ. Feeding people that are hungry, right? Picking up people who are down, con patching people up, right? Okay. All praises be to the Most High. But avoid foolish questions. Oh, why this, that? Don't even go into it. That's what I just did. I just avoided foolish questions. In genealogies, how is Levi the Haitians? That's the genealogy. I avoided that. In contentions about the law, when I start staking my claim, you start taking yours, you start stating yours, I could already hear it in you. You can really quick switch into something or somebody who's talking wild and crazy and cussing and fussing and everything. Everything's already in caps, you know. You already loaded. You got your guns loaded. You ready to blaze. I know, I know you ready to blaze. But I ain't got no problem with you, you know. Believe what you believe, my brother, because I've been where I gotta go and I know what I gotta know. I ain't back here for me. I'm back here for any open ear who is interested in going where I've already been, baby. And I know how I got there. It made that clear. I'm not back here to argue about the calendar or nothing, right? Uh, some people was worried about the holy days and things like that. The Father not judging you on them holy days. Them people are lying. Or they're not lying. They really believe it. They really believe that, but I've been where it matters, y'all. And he wasn't worried about that. He's not worried about these holy days, y'all. He's not worried about that. You know, uh, I don't care about that. I'll leave somebody else's holy day and go to somebody else's holy day the next week. I ain't, you know, y'all argue over that and fight over that. I'll go to all of y'all holy days, right? Glory unto the Most High and Him alone. You know, oh, those are contentions, y'all. The Father is not the author of confusion. If it causes confusion, you know, then who's right? Who's right? None of you are right. If it causes a fight, get your heart right, man. That's the only thing that's going to matter. Oh, you're going to be so sad when you lose your flesh and you look at your being and you see what your being was, and you're going to say, man, I should have been fixing that. Oh, where is this power sucking me to? You're going to feel it sucking you. It's going to be sucking you somewhere. Right? And it's like, man, I wasted my time. Worried about what? What are we worried about? What Titus 3 and 9 had just said? It says, avoid foolish questions. I was worried about foolish questions. And what genealogies? I was worried about who was what, and nobody knew who was what. Man, these races done been so scrambled up, right? You probably got you know, that's why when you fool around with these DNA type things and these lineage searchers and all of that, they tell you got all kind of blood off in you. I'm 2% Asian. I'm this, that, right? Right? Come on, man. That stuff is silly. Get your heart right, right? And then once we get our heart right, then we could gather around the round table and everybody speak with sense because our hearts is right. So nobody gets respected or nobody gets disrespected and all of that. And we could all be who we are, right? And that's okay with everybody because we understand we don't all have the same knowledge. And the people who are creating these robots are dangerous, man. When you create a brother that believes every single solitary thing you believe, chances are you're dealing with a yes man. And that's why you got these cult leaders at the beck of their word. You got an angry mob coming after you, right? Man, that stuff ain't of God, right? We see things different. We all see things differently. So when you clone yourself with who knows how many thousands of people, they just talking heads, parakeets, right? But their true feelings, if the Most High should unbury their true feelings, then you'll hear them speak different, right? A lot of the things of the church where I came from, I agree with, you know, and I was already talking it before I got there. That'll never change. You know, those things have never changed. Where I came from, they was starting out dividing the word of truth very properly, right? But then the actions, you know, the actions wasn't the same, and things like that. And, you know, I'm okay with that too, y'all, right? I'm not a judgmental person. We could work through anything. I'm not where I started out at or where I ended up at. I'm not there anymore because the Most High said so. The Most High had another mission for me to be on, and I'm on it, and I'm doing it, and I've been blessed since. He was down on me. The Father was down on me for a while there for some years, about 7 years. He was on my neck, right? Since about 2018, you know. But how y'all doing out there, man? We going on 30 minutes already. Y'all nice and good and in here, ain't y'all? All praises. Let's go to this chapter then. I had a chapter I wanted to read tonight. Man, that second Esdras chapter 7. Let's go. Let's hit some realms, y'all. Let's jump off in these realms. Let's go to the annotated study apocrypha. Ain't it? And go to second Esdras, chapter 7. Right? Let's pull that thing out. The Bible is cold, ain't it? If your heart ain't right, you will get into that Bible and you will screw up everything that it's telling you. And it's like that because the Father, he don't want everybody. So it's a maze. And if he don't guide your heart through it, then you're gonna get stuck. You're gonna be stuck in that maze somewhere. Something gonna chew you up, one of them traps. Cause it's loaded with traps back in the maze. Man, got it. Let me put all this on a note. Bring it out. Real quick. Lining this up. Got it. All right, y'all, let's go. Y'all ready to teleport? Y'all down? We on our way out. Hold up. Hold up real quick. Let me go grab something real quick. My fault. I am. Change your plans. I'm gonna move inside real quick. All praises be unto the Most High. Right. Glory, glory. All right, y'all, let's go. Everybody dialing back in. Yeah, it kind of it goes stupid, and I gotta so all praise to the Most High. Let's go, y'all. Let's teleport. Second Esdras 7 out of the annotated study apocrypha, right? All right, let's go. All right, we back. That was my fault that time, y'all. That was all me right there. That was we lost a few of the iron, but back. All praises, y'all. Let me get in the chat if you clearly. Unless you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get in trouble. Don't show yourself. Let's go into it. Esdras 7 out of the annotated apocrypha, right? There was sent unto me the angel which had been the nights afore, not before, but afore, right? In the language that they're speaking in here, right? Sent to me afore, and he said unto me, Up, Esdras, and hear the words that I am come, that I am, okay? It's not a typo. Hear the words that I am. He's calling the Most High. Hear the words that I am come to tell thee. What did I am come to tell him, right? And I said, Speak on, my Lord. There he said unto me, There is a sea set in a wide place. This is a precept of, we know what that is, right? This is what really happened. You know, in the regular apocrypha, you get the vague version. He just goes straight into this and he talks about the straight gate. So he don't go into everything that this is about to go into, right? He don't go into everything that this is about to go into. He's in and out. Reading on, and I said, Speak on, my Lord. There in a wide place, that it might be broad and vast. But the entrance thereof shall be set in a narrow place, so as to be like a river, right? Get that out of the way, whatever these symbols and things are. and vast, but the entrance thereof shall be set in a narrow place, so as to be like a river, right? Then should desire to go into the sea to look upon it or to rule it. If he went not through the narrow, how could he come into the broad, right? It's a big old broad place that the Father made for us, right? But first, it's a real narrow path that you got to get into. You got to get through there first, right? Before you can enjoy this vast area, which the vast area is the kingdom, right? Oh, it's so much there, right? It's so much there. And it ain't about feeding you no whole bunch of stuff to just spoil you, right? No, something happens to you, right? You're going to love the way that you feel. Con? So, whoso then desireth, right, to go into the sea to look upon it or to rule it, or if went not through the narrow, how could he come into the broad? If you don't go through that narrow path, how you gonna get to this broad area? Huh? Another thing also, there is a city builded and set in a plain country, and full of all good things, but the entrance thereof is narrow, and is set in a dangerous place to fall, having a fire on the right hand, and on the left a deep water. And there is one only path between them both, even between the fire and the water, right? Even between the fire and the water. So you got fire over here, you got water over there. You only got a thin little path in between there that you can walk on. If you fall on either side, you in trouble. You're out of there. You can forget about it, right? So small that there could only one man go there at once. You can't walk side by side with nobody. It's too narrow. So what is that saying? That's saying work out your own salvation, baby. You can't take nobody with you. You got your sins and they got theirs. You got your good works and they have theirs. And that's what's going on. You guys are latching on to all of these people in this earth. Man, these people are loaded down with works and you're not even paying attention, right? And you're a works family. You got to have your own. I was just talking about that a second ago, right? I got my souls. I was born. And everything that the Father's done with me was for me to reach those that are for me. Huh? I think I'm buffering. Buffering. Those are for me, right? That the Father has me alive to reach, that He birthed me for, that He put me, and I could reach this point, you know. Everything that He sold into us was for us to grow into our full measure and then do the work for Him. And how do you do that? We multiply ourselves, fam. How you feel, it should be quite a few people feeling like that, right? Or who gain those things from you that's going to save their soul forever. You see that? All praises be unto the Most High. We all have we were born with a set amount we're supposed to reach. And if we stay fooling around and messing around, then the people we were meant to reach, they won't be saved. Or if the Most High sends your saved over to another person and let them go on and get them, then he usually gonna cut you off, right? I can imagine that's when he cuts you out of the earth. right? So get yourself together, fam, and let's hit this block, especially Sunday, man. Those people, they were meant for you. Nobody, they're not going to hear nobody else's words. They were meant to hear yours, right? So let's hit these blocks Sunday and speak to these strangers, y'all. And let's rise, everybody, all y'all, all the I am. Y'all know who I'm talking to, right? My brothers. Y'all make videos. I'll upload them here. Teach your lessons. Send me them videos, right? Upload them here. You can make your own page and upload them, right? I send you mine, upload mine. And that's how we do this. You know, we switch this off. Love to see that. The Most High loves to see us figuring things. The Most High loves to see us figuring things out like this and doing things in the name of Yeshua, right? And for the lost. So I'm just let that swirl around your head real quick, right? But no two men can walk this road together. It ain't enough for us to walk side by side. You know, we're gonna have to walk in a straight line. You see that? If this city now be given unto a man for an inheritance, reading on, if the hearer pass not the danger set before him, how shall he receive his inheritance? Right? We got to walk that narrow path into our inheritance, y'all. Right? And we got to hate our life. If you loving your life right now, you might lose it. Right? Of course, we going to love our life, but don't forget to add the hard labor, right? The discomfort, that we go through when we dedicate our lives to growing in Christ, the discomfort that we feel in our soul while we're correcting all of our ways and we're burning all of the impurities out of our heart. Con? And, and that's what the Most High is doing with all of our mishaps in this world, right? Yeah. So how should he receive this inheritance unless he walk this narrow path, right? Reading on 10. And I said, it is so, Lord. Then said he unto me, even so also is Israel's portion. That's what Israel has to do. That's how we, Revelations 2:9 and 3:9, right? That's how we rich. That's our portion. That's what separates us from these other people, right? 11, because of their sakes, I made the world. And when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done. What now is done? Every man has to die, right? That's what. Because of Adam's sin, man got to till the earth now, right? Genesis chapter 3 got all cursed and all of that, right? Yeah. Then were the entrances of the world made narrow, right? Then they were made narrow. They were wide before that, you know? The path to forever was just as wide as the kingdom, right? It was all wide. There was no straights. There was no narrow roads. Sin is what made it so narrow and so hard to get into. Before that, you know, this was heaven already. We didn't need to go nowhere else. The Father had gave us this as a paradise, right? Yes, yes, yes. Now you see why he made Abraham another paradise? Yeah. Because of their sakes, I made the world. And when Adam transgressed my statutes, there was a decree, right, that now is done. Now it's a narrow path in, right? Then were the entrances of the world made sad, right? And toilsome, that means it's hard, right? They are but few and evil, full of perils, yikes, and charged with great toils, right? And for right perspiration dripping off of your chin now, right? Even to eat, even to get dinner, right? Yeah. 13. For the entrances of the greater world are wide and sure, and bring forth fruit of immortality. But you got to get in there first, right? 14. If then they that live enter not these straight and vain things, they can never receive those that are laid up for them, right? Now, therefore, why disquietest thou thyself? So why must you make all this noise, is what that means. Seeing thou art but a corruptible thing, you know? Why are you doing all this messing around and you're gonna die, is what that means. And why art thou moved? Why are you afraid, right? Whereas thou art but a mortal, or but mortal. You know, why are you scared when you're gonna die? You're gonna die anyway. Everybody's gonna die, right? And why hast thou not considered in thy mind that which is to come? You know? So this is proof right here that being scared, man, that might hinder you. What are you scared for? What are you angry for? Right? Disquiet. Oh, la, 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 la. That's what disquieted is. Why are you like that, buddy? You're gonna die. Oh, child, teeth chattering, clack, 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 clack. Right? You're scared. He asks, why are you scared? What are you scared for? Right? You're gonna die. And then he gives the solution, right? Whereas you are but mortal. And why hast thou not considered in thy mind, right, that which is to come? What's coming? Death, y'all. You got to leave here. This place ain't forever. Why? Because Adam messed up. Rather than that which is present, right? Why ain't you considering what is to come? But you're worried about what's here. Nah. Set thy affection on things above, not on things of the earth. Come on. Then answered I and said, O Lord, that bearest rule, lo, lo means to look. Thou hast ordained in thy law, right? He has set up in the law what? That the righteous should inherit these things, but that the ungodly should perish, right? We understand that. The godly gonna get the kingdom, the righteous are going down the volcano, right? That's understandable. The righteous, therefore, shall suffer straight things and hope for wide. But they that done wicked have suffered the straight things and yet shall not see the wide. You know, so uh, he's asking, how is it that the righteous suffer the straight things and narrow things in the earth that they hate, right? And then they die into this great big kingdom that's wonderful, right? All praise to the Most High. He was like, if they're doing that, but the wicked suffer in the earth and then they die, he's asking, if the wicked suffer in the earth, then why don't they die into goodness, right? If the righteous gotta suffer through hard and die into goodness, right? And then you look around and you see the wicked suffering through worse as well. Why can't they die in the goodness? He's asking, right? Have suffered straight things and yet not see the wide. Come on. And he said unto me, Thou art not a judge above God. So he's saying, don't question God who you think you are, right? He's going to explain it to him, but he had to check him first with God. Like, you don't got no understanding, right? Yea, rather, many, many that now be perish, than that the law of God which is set before them be despised, right? That's why. Because the righteous was respecting the Most High's commandments, and the wicked were not, right? They despised them, and that's why they die a different death, right? That's what he just told them. 21, for the Most High straightly commanded such as came, right? Even as they came, what they should do to live. They knew what they had to do to live. People like me and you was telling them, right? They saw us keeping this Sabbath. They seen us turning down pork, right? They seen us talking this love and forgiving folks and all of this and giving away our stuff and all of that. They seen us doing all of that, right? We told them what they should do if they want to live. We took them, to Luke and Matthew and Mark, and we let them see the man asking Christ, "What must I do to get the kingdom?" And then Christ telling them that the entire law was serving two commandments, right? Love the Most High with all your heart, soul, and mind and might, and love your neighbor as yourself. They saw that, they heard that. That ain't gonna be news to them when they got to give account for their life, right? They're gonna know about that, right? Salaki. And what they should observe to avoid punishment. They were told what to observe, to avoid, the outcome that they're going to get when their heart stop, right? 22. Nevertheless, they were not obedient unto him. That's what separated them. They weren't obedient, but spake against him, and they spake against him. They blasphemed, right? And imagined for themselves vain things, right? They gave their life to that. They gave their energy to that. Let me get this money, right? And this and that. And let me jump around on these lovers, right? Let me switch this lover to that lover. Let me take my ring from this one and give it to that one, right? And all of this kind of activity, right? Let me get down where I'm mad, right? Let me pull out my quete and get the throwing bullets everywhere, right? And hurt people because I'm hurt, right? Things of this nature. All of this, right? 23. And framed cunning devices of wickedness. Like what? Like a gun, right? Like drug paraphernalia. It's a lot of devices, a lot of devices that we have created for ourselves, ain't it? And said, moreover, of the Most High. What more did they say of the Most High? That he is not and knew not his ways, right? That he is not. They denied the Father, y'all, right? That's why they have the outcome coming that they got coming, right? 24, but they despised his law and denied his covenants. They have not been faithful to his statutes and have not performed his works. That's why. What are his works? They're works of love, y'all. Every single last one of them. They are works of love. They are selfless. Con, it ain't nothing that you do for yourself. What you do for yourself, that's getting yourself together. That's the one talent, right? Now, what about the rest of the talents? Those are going to come when you start dividing, your ways, right? And putting those ideas in minds and have them be duplicated, right? Now you getting ready to bring him back more pence, right? Now you're getting ready to bring him back more pence. 25. Therefore, Esdras, for the empty are empty things, right? If you're empty, you're going to get empty things. And for the full are the full things. And if you're full, what fills you up, y'all? Love, charity. That's what fills you up, right? Come on. 26. For behold, the time shall come, and it shall be when these tokens of which I told thee before shall come to pass, right? That the bride shall appear. What is the bride, y'all? Even the city coming forth. That's what it is, the city of Jerusalem, right? Revelation 21 and all that, ain't it? And she shall be seen. That's when we're going to see the kingdom coming down. This new heaven and earth that they have built, right? It's not this one that we're on, right? And we're going to see that, y'all. And we're not going to see them in this flesh. We change and we go somewhere else. We go back to the studio, right? We're going to be in the studio when that new world comes to us, right? That world is going to come to us and we're going to hop onto it like we hopping off an elevator, right? Yeah, we're going to see it come down, ain't it? How do we do that? We're going to be in the studio when we see that. We're going to be in the electric blue when we see that. We're going to be these beings that we change into. We're leaving this, y'all. He's going to destroy this one, right? And hell is in the middle of it. And so is Abraham's bosom. Ain't nobody going to be in Abraham's bosom. They coming up out of there, ain't it? And the people that are in the center of the earth, they just, he going to plummet it into nothingness, right? He going to get it up out of here. Man, and she shall be seen. The new heaven and earth shall be seen, right? That now is withdrawn from the earth, right? So us, we're coming from the earth and we're going to switch over to that earth, right? It's going to be a new one, right? I go to create a place for you, right? 27. And whosoever is delivered from the foresaid evils, the foresaid, what was that? All of the threats of hell. That's what that is, ain't it? Right? The same shall see my wonders. I've seen them. That was his wonders that I saw, y'all. Some of them, ain't it? And we're all going back there. Right? 28. For my son Yasha, shout out to everybody, ain't it? For my son Yasha shall be revealed with those that be with him. That's that place I went. That's the army, y'all. That's who's coming back to earth with him. When you see all of them angels, when he's coming back with all of his angels with him, that's us, y'all. Right? And the other ones that were there before. The other ones that were there before, the angels that we know of now, they're bigger than us. Right? Let me get the picture out and show you where we differ. Let me show you where we differ real quick. We are not those angels. Kapow. We're making this up, fam. We're making this up. All of that you see, we're itty bitty little dots, right? That's all us. Even the middle that's glowing like that. That's what we do in the thickest of us. We're the thickest right here, and we're giving off a shine, right? But all of this out here, it's made up of a bunch of itty bitty little dots. Now you see that, right? Now, you see them big old stars twinkling like here, like there, like here. You see them big old stars twinkling, Those are the original angels. And it's going to tell us in this verse that they are encamped around us, right? That's them being encamped around us. All of those big twinkling stars, those are the big angels, right? But take this little piece right here. It took a whole bunch of us to make that mist that color right there. You see that? It take a whole bunch of us, y'all. I was itty bitty. I was one, and I was flying at this. And when I flew in at this like this, that was big as the sky to me, right? And I was just like, oh, and I'm going in it, and it was pulling me, and it felt so good, y'all. This is love. This that you're looking at right here, it's the feeling of love, right? Man, what's the greatest thing on earth you can imagine? What's the greatest thing happening to you on earth that you can imagine, right? Say you won $1 trillion, right, on a game show. When they jump up and down, that's the feeling that you're just stuck in. I was just stuck in it. It felt like it should hit me real quick and go away, but it was just lingering. It was stuck there. And it was with me too about for a few days after I had got back, right? But we're making up this picture that you see. We're making that up. And then them big twinkles that you see outside of that, those are the angels. You see that? All praises be to the Most High, right? We give him all the praise, but that's what that is, right? For my son Yasha shall be revealed with those that be with him. We are with him. That's where we going. We right downstairs. Our Savior is right upstairs. I could feel him up. And I didn't stay long enough for them to pop down and I see him, but I could feel him. I know how close I was to the Most High in Christ, right? Oh, they was right there, right? And shall rejoice them remain 400 years, right? After these years shall my son Christ die of them that what? And all that have the breath of life. Got the breath of life, and you got the breath of life, right? And the word shall be turned into the old silence 7 days. That was that old silence, y'all. There was notes there. Remember when I told y'all that? It wanted me to understand that we're not talking, right? Man, that's the main thing. There was no reason to talk. We was all looking at each other and we all had identical knowledge, y'all. There wasn't no need to talk. And we all just felt so good, y'all. Come on. Oh my goodness. Woo-hoo. I'm a changed man forever, right? I don't even know who I am sitting here, to tell you the truth. And so shall the dust, right? Those that dwell therein in silence. The secret places, we were silent and we were in the secret place. Remember, I took y'all to that set, and it talks about those who hide under the Most High secret place. This is a secret place, y'all. We know about the heaven. We know about the direct heaven that Most High in Christ is upstairs from the sapphire. We know about that. We know about Abraham's bosom. We know about the earth. We know about the torture chambers, right? We know about these places. Huh? Man, we don't know about the sapphire. We didn't know the place. That's talking about where I went, y'all. And I shudder every time, right? Oh, I feel something in my torso, right? Shall deliver those souls committed unto them. That's us, y'all. That's the picture I just showed you, right? And the Most High shall be revealed upon the seat of judgment. You see that? He gonna be ready to judge, and we see him. He gonna be ready to judge, right? And that's where everybody comes, right? And compassion shall pass away, right? And long suffering shall be with, right? Whose? Not ours. That's not talking about our compassion. Our compassion never dies, right? That's talking about the wicked in the earth who had compassion for all the little things that they had compassion for, all of that stuff that we just got done reading, right? Up there. On. Yeah, and what else did they do? Uh, they committed unto them, and the Most High shall be revealed upon the seat of judgment, and compassion shall pass away, and long suffering be withdrawn. He's going to take our long suffering, you know. So, who had compassion? The wicked. Who was long suffering? The righteous, right? We was the one long suffering. We was the one hating our life and getting ready to gain it onto life eternal. You see that? But judgment only shall remain. So what is that? His decision. That's what a judgment is. That shall remain. So he's taken away all of this stuff from the righteous and the wicked. He's taken the wicked's compassion. He's taken the righteous's long suffering. And what's going to be left? Whatever decision he makes for them. That's all that shall remain is his judgment, right? So when he say you go to hell and you're all right, you're going to be okay, right? You did what I expected you to do. That's, whoop-de-doo for them. But for the ones he condemned, hey, that's a set judgment, right? Right? But judgment only shall remain. Truth shall stand. Whatever the truth is, whatever truth you built for yourself, right? Let me reset this. 2 seconds. Let me get you back on the screen. Get you back on the screen. Right? But judgment only shall remain. Truth shall stand. Truth shall stand. And faith shall wax strong. And shall follow. And the reward shall be shown. And good deeds. That's where we are now, y'all. And the wicked deeds shall not sleep. It done drifted back into the earth. Right? It done drifted back into the earth when it says faith shall wax strong, because you don't need faith. That's a thing of the flesh. That's a thing of this world, y'all. You don't need faith when you lose this flesh. Trust me. Right? That all hopes, that's done. Right? You know everything. Right? Faith is for somebody who don't know for sure. Right? Faith is you gotta believe in faith, right? But when your flesh drop, So faith shall wax strong. This talking about in the earth, and the works shall follow. So when you believe strongly, you're willing to give things up. You're willing to work hard and go hard and do crazy stuff you wouldn't do if it wasn't for your mind believing in it first, right? And that's why a lot of people ain't got works, is because their faith ain't strong. They halfway believe that the Most High is upstairs, right? Look at me real good. He's up there. He's up there, right? I'm telling you, believe it, he's up there, right? And the work shall follow The faith shall wax strong, and the works shall follow. And the reward shall be showed, and good deeds shall awake. We're awaking good deeds right now. The way you see me every single day, hunkered down on do good deeds and change your heart and do it right. Who was talking about that? They scared to make you uncomfortable with that because they scared to lose a member and this and that type of thing, you know? They scared to lose your dollar and things like this. Nah, I don't care about none of that. What I care about is get your heart right, right? I care about these good deeds awaken right here, right? That's my mission. And good deeds shall awake. That's why he got me back here. And the wicked deeds, don't get it twisted. The wicked deeds shall not sleep. So they waxing more and more wicked on that side too. You see? But our good deeds combat their wicked deeds. The wickeder they get, the more righteous we gonna get. And that's why the Most High had to send us this leg up and send us this boost, right? And send us these shortcuts that I come back here talking about. You know, he put this information back in the earth right here for us to step our good deeds up. You see that? And the pit of torment shall appear. Here we go. That's where their works got them. Them wicked deeds that didn't sleep. Until that pit of torment appear, right? You see that? And over against it shall be the place of rest. And that's where the people with the good works, right? And the furnace of hell shall be showed. And over against it, the paradise of delight. Right? Yes, yes, yes. And then shall the Most High say to the nations that are raised from the dead. So he done raised you from the dead. Reading on. See ye and understand whom ye have denied, or whom ye have not served, or whose commandments you have despised. Right? Look at me. Right? The Most High gonna want us to look at him and look at whose commandments you have despised, ain't it? Look on this side and on that. Here is delight and rest. And he's pointing at the righteous side where the righteous go, right? And that's what's on that side. What's on the other side? And there, fire and torments. And that's what's on the other side for the wicked, right? Thus shall he speak unto them, neither sun, wasn't no sun there, fam, nor moon. There was no moon there, nor stars. There was stars there. Those are angels, right? Nor cloud. Wasn't no clouds there. Nor thunder. Wasn't no thunder. Nor lightning. Nor wind. Strange, fam. It was no wind there. Wasn't nothing blowing in there. It was silent and still. Even though I'm blowing, right? I went in there fast. I was going fast, y'all, right? But when I pulled out of myself and went to the back and then went to the side, and when I went to the side, I could move out of myself as far. I moved so far out of myself, I seen myself going toward the electric blue like this. I was going towards it, y'all, miles away from myself. And I saw myself doing this, going at it. And I went back behind myself. And I went back into my body to where I could see the front of myself right here. Like if you riding a jet ski, right? Like if you're buffering, we are buffering. We are buffering. Right. Yeah, but I got back into that view. And then I'm going into the electric blue. I almost hit it, y'all. I was I was so close, I couldn't tell if I hit it or unto them in the day of judgment. This is a day that has neither sun, nor moon, nor stars, neither cloud, nor thunder, nor lightning, neither wind, nor water, nor air, neither darkness, right? It's dark, but it wasn't. I could see everything, right? I could see things. Nor evening, nor morning, nor summer, nor spring, nor heat. All of that was, nor winter, neither frost, nor cold, nor hail, nor rain, nor dew, neither noon, neither night, right? Nor dawn, neither shining, nor brightness, nor light of the glory of the Most High, right? Oh, it was splendor. Oh, the splendor of the glory of the Most High. And that's what had just rested on me, that feeling, right? When it says the first thing you do is all shall see the things that are set before them, for it shall endure as it were a week of years, right? 1 week that they say, right? 44. This is my judgment and the ordinance thereof, right? But to thee only have I showed these things. And to me, I was there, y'all, seen it. 45. And I answered, and I said unto them, right? And I said even then, O Lord, and I say now, blessed are they that be now alive and keep the statutes ordained of thee, right? So, and when we're keeping this law, what are we keeping? We're keeping the love, ain't it? You see that? We have a charitable heart. That's when let me reset that really quick. My fault, y'all. Be back on the screen here. Blessed are they that be now alive and keep the statute ordained of thee. They're blessed, y'all. Y'all who did the law. And what he was forcing you to do was love with the law. You didn't even know it, right? You keeping all of these separate. Shalakia. You keeping all of these separate laws, Con. You didn't know what he was doing was having you to love. You know, that's what you was doing. But that's the mystery, right? That's the mystery of First Corinthians chapter 13 that you have I revealed to you when I got back here. Huh? 46. But as touching them for whom my prayer was made, what shall I say? Right? What about the people that wasn't keeping the law, is what he said, right? You know, he said, blessed are those back in the earth that kept your law, Father. But what about them people that I prayed for, is what he asked him. For who is there of them be alive that has not sinned? So, man, we got a world full of sinning people, right? He's asking. And who of the sons of men that has not transgressed thy covenant? Everybody has, right? So he like, dang, who's going to make it, Father? Right? 47. And now I see that the world to come shall bring delight to few. Oh, man. Out of everybody that lived a life, it's only going to be good for a few that they was even born, right? And that's what's dawning on him. And my fault. 48. For an evil. What's that evil heart, y'all? That's a heart that don't love, y'all. And that's a heart that don't do no charity. That's a selfish heart that don't look out for no self. And the Most High don't count your kids and all of that. course you're gonna look out for your own kids. He don't count that, right? Of course you're gonna look out for your own wife and your own roof. Of course you're gonna do that, right? What did you do for his children, right? That were strange and you didn't owe them nothing. But out of the kindness of your heart, you did good by them, right? Y'all didn't owe each other nothing. Y'all didn't owe each other nothing, but you did good for them out the kindness of your own heart, ain't it? That's what the Most High is going to, your level of charity, right? But who was doing that? If this is the reality, listen, which has led us astray from these statutes. What are the statutes proving? What are the statutes getting us to do? To respect our fellow man and be selfless and to love our fellow man, right? And to do charity and to bestow charity upon our fellow man, which I'm doing to you now, right? Which I'm doing with you now, which I'm pushing now with all my might. Every time I turn this camera on, it's a reason why I'm doing that, y'all. It's all that matters. And the people who jump on that, you guys are going to be all right, y'all. You're going to be all right. Glory be unto the Most High, right? Let's rewind that one comma, which has led us astray from the statutes. What led us astray? For an evil heart, that evil heart, that's what? That has grown up in us, which has led us astray from these statutes and have brought us into corruption and into the ways of death, has showed us the path of perdition. What is perdition? Deception, y'all. That's what perdition is, right? And damnation and all of that, right? You're going into damnation. You're going into what we were in before we repent. It's possible for us to go back into that. Even though we think we're still continuing on the path of salvation, man, we didn't went backwards and turned into the person that we was before we got happy and heard that truth, right? That's what happens if you don't adopt the love, fam. Yes, 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 right? Has shut the paths of perdition and removed us far from life. And that what? That not a few only, but well nigh all that have been created. Everybody, y'all. So look around. Who's loving? Who's doing good deeds? Who's doing charitable deeds? Because those are the ones that make it, y'all. But well nigh, which nigh is near, so he's saying dang near all that have been created. It's like literally everybody that the Father created, y'all, right? It's a handful of us. Compared to everybody that ever lived a life, man, it's only a few. You see this? Let's keep on reading it. But well nigh all they that have created, 49. And he answered me and said, hearken unto me, and I will instruct thee, and I will admonish thee yet again. Right? For this cause the Most High has not made one world, but two. He made two worlds. He had one at first. Which one was that? The one he made for Adam, right? But when Adam flipped out the way he flipped out and sin came, right? And now it's time to till the earth. Not only die that, but die a second death if we don't line up right, right? So boom, that's when he put hell in the center of this earth, right? But this is still one world. Earth and the center of the same world, ain't it? So the two world he's talking about is this earth and the other one that he's creating, right? He creating the second world so that the people that he don't want to kill here can go to that second world, right? But hell is in the center of this earth, and he's including this all one earth, right? Because hell is in the center of this earth. And the people that's a temporary place, right? So like it, we buffering, buffering, we buffering, right? But yeah, the people in Abraham bosom, they coming up out of there. So this is one world, and it's gonna perish with hell in the center of it. And then the ones that he saved from this earth, we just gonna jump onto the other one, right? But this one is gonna be gone. And when Christ come and get us, we're all turning into the beings of the electric blue, right? And of the sapphire. The ones who are left here, you know we're gonna be changed and go up into the air, right? Yeah, well, the electric blue is in the air, right? Even though we're going to come out of that space, we are making the place. So when Christ suck us out of there, when he come down from upstairs and he be in this direct sky right here, right? We're coming all the way down here to this earth, right? We're going to be in the sky though. And the ones that are still alive on the earth, which is probably going to be few people, y'all, the few that this world ain't going to be able to kill, they're going to be hiding. Oh, their face going to be dirty, right? They're going to be hiding up under something crazy. They're going to be hiding in rubble, right? They're going to dig holes in the wilderness and all kind of stuff, right? Yeah. The few that's alive on the earth, they shall rise up and they shall go up. They shall be caught up in the air. We know how those precepts go, right? Bosom, right? Buffering. We are buffering. We're coming out of the sapphire from up top, and we're coming out of Abraham's bosom from the bottom. And we're all going to be the same being, right? And we're going to be the ones that are still alive on the, and they're going to join us out of Abraham's bosom and out of the sapphire. And we're all going to be caught up in the air together. And Christ, right, is going to be leading us in the front of us. And all of them people you're going to see behind them, all of those angels, so to speak, that's all us back there, y'all. And we're going to come and we're going to meet the wicked. We're going to be divided. We're going to be on two separate sides. So, man, I pray y'all be with us. I pray y'all either coming out of the sapphire, or you're coming out of Abraham's bosom, or you're coming out of those that kept it righteous, that was upon the earth and was caught up in the air and met us up in the sky, where we come back and we meet the righteous, or we meet the wicked, and we're going to have a showdown at that time, right? But let's keep reading this. Those are the two worlds, y'all. This one and the next one. We don't see that one yet, right? For whereas, right, thou hast said that the just are not many, but few, and the ungodly abound. Hear the answer thereon too. What's the answer? If thou hast choice stones, he's going to give them a pair of lead and clay, right? If you have a few diamonds, which are many, it's a whole bunch of clay, right? It's a whole bunch of lead and clay. Earth. How big is the earth? We could reach down anywhere we standing at and pull some clay up, but you ain't gonna pull no diamond out of there. You ain't gonna pull no gold out of there. You ain't gonna pull no platinum. It's gonna tell us, right? It's gonna tell us, wilt thou set for thee over against them according to their number things of lead and clay? 53. And I said, Lord, how shall this be? Right? But he still don't understand. He's asking them to further elaborate. But ask the earth, and she shall tell thee. Entreat her, and she shall declare unto thee. Right? 55. For thou shalt say unto her, thou bringest forth gold and silver and brass and iron, also in lead and clay. But silver is more abundant than gold, right? He's showing us what's valuable. And that's why you want to make yourself valuable, right? What's determining how valuable you are? How many people are doing what you're doing, living how you're living, right? Nobody cares, right? Everybody's wild, running wild, eating what they want to eat, do what they want to do, sleep who they want to sleep with. That's the whole world, right? And we were of them, wasn't it? Now, what happened? Something happened to us. We got a God conscience, right? We start paying attention to what we were doing. We felt conviction. We gave our life to the Most High, right? That separated us a little bit of us who did that, right? It's less of us. But a lot of people just did that. They picked up the Sabbath. They stopped eating pork. They say all praises to the Most High. They turn to the east every day and say, Our Father who art in heaven. And they think that's all they got to do, right? Less people doing that than the people who have repented at all. You see what I'm trying to tell you? That's silver. They gave up the pork. They keep the Sabbath, right? They got on their fringes. They are doing miscellaneous things of the law, right? But they don't care to love anybody. They don't have no good works. They don't street teach. They don't have no street ministry. They don't say anything to strangers, right? They don't have one day out of the week where they go talk to the public about Christ. They're not into that kind of thing, right? This is what matters, fam, right? They don't have anything that they give away to anybody that's in need. They're not into that kind of thing, right? But they're living a tight life of separate laws, right? They're wearing the fringes. They're staying home on the Sabbath, right? Then you got somebody in each congregation. They don't love anybody. They don't care much for anybody, right? They'll still side with the people that's trampling brothers and sisters out here, right? They break the Sabbath every Sabbath, right? Soon as the Sabbath hit, they out the door early in the morning. They're not coming back in their door until it's dark, right? They are not Sabbath keepers, right? They worship a man and all of this, right? Man, they not making it, man. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Organized religion ain't it. You're not going where I went. I was rare, right? Now, that's the silver. And then next is gold, right? The silver ain't the gold. The gold ain't the brass. Gold and silver and brass and iron, also the lead and clay. But silver is more abundant than gold. It's more silver, right? And brass than silver. There's more brass than it is silver, right? Man, silver ain't nothing next to gold, but it's everything to brass, huh? There's more brass. Brass, right? Iron, gold, right? But it's under silver, actually. Man, iron is a rough metal. It's ugly. It's really super heavy, right? It's hard. Man, iron wish it could be brass, right? Brass is more delicate and dainty and good looking, and you know what I mean? It looks like gold, but iron ain't brass. But guess what? Iron is above clay. Clay wish it could be iron, right? And clay than lead. So you see how, the Father, he got us gauged. Now it's a whole bunch of people doing a whole bunch of stuff. Now see, when you become this lover, you whip all of that other stuff. Oh, you whip all of that. You ain't gonna have I have no sins, fam. There isn't anything I'm doing with my life today that I'm ashamed of. Who can tell you that? Who would have the nerve to say that? Me. That's who, right? Because I'm on this mission. All of that got to go out the window. We can't do it. It's impossible and all of that. Not true. You can do it and you're going to do it. Why? Because you're going to become a child of the love and you're going to see how all of that stuff you struggle with today, that love is going to, right? Understand what I tell you, right? And it's only for a few people. The people that do this, these are going to be the people that understand. Or else, tell me where else you could go, and they're going to tell you exactly how to enter this kingdom. This is kingdom talk I'm talking to you right now. Everywhere else you're going to go, they're going to speak speculation to you. But I been there. I went there, fam. And I'm back with the blueprint of how you're next. Understand what the Most High put in the earth in these last days. And that's why he put it here. Because you need this time to know exactly what you need to do to be successful. And it don't require all of this stuff that these people think you got. I could sit right here in front of this camera right now and reveal this to you, and you're going to be all right. You don't need no big old circus of a congregation. Ask me how I know. Right? Glory be unto the Most High. You better open your ears and open your mind and pay attention to what our Father Ahia done put in front of you in these last days. Understand it, right? That's a sin, not understanding. We'll get into it. Why? How could you not understanding be a sin? Because you literally got to crawl into a cold heart and purposely not understand. That's how that condemns you, right? That's how the unbelieving are condemned and dying twice, according to that precept, right? The fearful and the unbelieving. That's why it put that like that, right? Glory be unto the Most High, right? But we got all of these metals, and they go from metal down to clay, y'all. You see? He's gauging us like that. The deeper in you go, the lesser of you it's going to be, right? And when he looked around in 2023, he said, I'm going to pull bronze in here. And he pulled me in there, y'all. And now we're talking about this. Glory be unto his holy name, right? But let's further explain this. 57, judge thou therefore which things are precious and to be desired, right? What so I abundant, or what so is abundant, or what is rare, right? The more rare you are, the lesser of you it's gonna be, y'all. The more abundant you are, it can be found everywhere. Everywhere is somebody who don't care about none of these ordinances, right? And the more of these ordinances you care about, the more rare you get. You see that? But when you conquer this love and you get on this 1 Corinthians chapter 13, when you get on that, you have it all. You have that which is perfect, right? According to our hearts, that's getting you gauged into these other metals, these more abundant metals, right? Silver and this brass and this iron and all of that. The stuff that's making you that, that's what you're knowing in part. That's keeping you from becoming this more and more valuable metal. You see that? To where you become gold. Is that clear to you? Let me get a 7 in the chat if that's clear to somebody, right? All praise be unto the Most High. But the more rare you are, right? And Let me tell you, 1 Corinthians chapter 13, you're doing all the commandments. You're doing them all, y'all. You lined them up. They're lined in. You see that? Now, 58. And I said, O Lord, that bearest rule, right? Who's making all these decisions? Who's saying who's silver and brass and iron? So, and he said, O Lord, thou that bearest rule, right? That which is plentiful is of less worth. The more you are, the more less. For that which is more rare is more precious. That which is more rare is more precious. Esdras 9 and 22 flow, ain't it? Yeah. With great labor has he made them perfect. 59. And he answered me and said, weigh in thyself the thing that has what is hard to get, rejoiceth over him that has what is plentiful. Right? So when the Most High collect his few, oh, he gonna be happy like you would be if you collected a whole bunch of diamonds, right? Man, you leaving that dust there, right? You leaving all of that other stuff there. You leaving that clay there. You leaving that iron there. That's ever, you can have that anytime, right? But man, you taking them diamonds with you. You see that? For he that has what is hard to get rejoices over. He rejoices more than him that has what is plentiful. And that's how the Most High is, right? So now, what's the other one? The truth about righteousness, shoom, right? When they going down that hatch, I'm talking about at the end, that's all it is plentiful going down that hatch, right? So also is the judgment which I have promised. And we know what those judgments are. We're very familiar with them, ain't we? We're familiar with his judgments, y'all. We know what he's telling us he's going to do with who. But we didn't know. We didn't know how to latch on and do what was right, right? We was trying to keep 1,000 commandments. And that's impossible, y'all. That we can't do. When they say you can't keep all those laws, they're right. Because you're trying not to break this one, but you're breaking that one, trying not to break this one. You see that? But love in 1 Corinthians chapter 13 is what brings it all together. So now you're not leaning on one commandment trying to keep other, right? And then breaking them both as a result out because he breaking the law. But if you don't say nothing, you breaking where he said warn the wicked. And if you do say something, you coming at him foul, right? And then you roll over on the love, right? It's a way in between that to do them both. Then that's when you become gentle. You see that? And you can cut them and not offend them. And if they get offended, it's not on you because you approached them right. You approached them good and gentle and with season and with flavor, right? And showed them what they was doing wrong through a kind heart, right? And through a kind word and all of this. And you didn't feel nothing in your heart when they start talking crazy to you, right? Because right now you talk to somebody about a law and they don't receive it well, and then y'all end up each other next week and y'all snarl at each other. I don't like him. And then the other person's like, I hate feelings, right? But guess what? That stuff ain't in my heart. When I tell you what I tell you, however it goes, however you see me get into it with anybody over here, I love them, right? And then I go pray for them and things like that, right? Glory to the Most High. That's the difference, y'all. And that's what 1 Corinthians chapter 13 is putting you on, right? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's simple and plain. It is not hard to understand. It is very simple. This is layman level. Everybody gonna get this. Everybody can understand this, right? My 10-year-old son can understand this, huh? This is easy, right? Which I have promised, right? He promised us that judgment, and we know well of it. But we're struggling, right? We're struggling trying to be worthy. And I just told you how. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, y'all. That's the only chapter that matters if you're trying to get this kingdom. Let's keep on reading. For I rejoice over the few that shall be saved. He's going to be happy with those. Those few people that get saved, he's going to be happy with them. You see that? Inasmuch as these are they that have made my glory now to prevail. That's me. And if you get on that, that's you, right? That's who we are, right? Let's read it again. Inasmuch as these are they that have made my glory now to prevail. That's what I'm doing right now. That's what he did with me. That's why he let me back here, to allow his glory to prevail. And that's to sneak this word to the righteous, those who would do it. If you're not going to do it, all praises to the Most High. We'll see you. We'll see you soon. But shout out to y'all who gonna whip your heart into shape, right? And hit this road and speak to these people about Christ and get your works up and get your works of charity up. Get your works of charity up, y'all. Right? If I'm involved, speak to a stranger about Christ and do some deeds. You coming into some money, right? I don't care if it's $10, 5 of it, and do some charity with it. Take 5 of it, take that to the 99-cent store, right? Get a 99-cent pack of meat, a 99-cent loaf of bread, right? Make you some sandwiches and go talk to the homeless man. Pass him a sandwich, and while he eating his sandwich, talk Christ into his ear, right? And put him on a mission. Because these cats, they already low, y'all. And they have nothing to live for. But that's a valuable soul to the Most High in Christ. We can hear the Most High the clearest when we're at our lowest. That's why so many people find him in jail, right? And they call it jail talk. That ain't jail talk. They've been beat down low, and the Father done picked them up, right? Yeah, they get out of jail and they forget about that. And what you see is me not forgetting about it, y'all. I made the vow that it wasn't going to be jail talk. When I got out, I was going to stick to it. And I stuck to it, y'all. I've stuck to it 17 years and rolling, right? So, yeah, prevail, y'all. Make his glory to prevail. Ain't it? Good works, y'all. Charity. 1 Corinthians chapter 13. You hear me? Right? There it is. We're speaking his name. All of this stuff, y'all. It was just leading us here. Now we complete, y'all. Now we're ready. Now we're ready to cash in them good works, because the end is nearer than when you believed. Right? We got that blueprint. We got the one that's going to matter. Nothing is going to trump charity. Nothing is going to trump it, y'all. You're on the right path now. Now you're on the right path. Now you're on it, right? And 61. And I will not grieve over the multitude of them that perish. Why? Y'all didn't show no love. You only cared about yourself. You only served yourself. You didn't miss a birthday. Happy birthday. Today is my day, y'all. I'm this many old, right? Everything's going my way today. It's my party, and I cry if I want. You know what I'm saying? My way. Get that out of there. You slapping presents across the room. Get that out of here. I don't want that. Right? That's self-worship, y'all. Them birthdays gonna kill y'all. I guarantee you. Right? Happy birthday. And then we done switched it to happy born day. There ain't no difference. That ain't no difference. Happy born day ain't no difference. Happy Earth Day. It's all the same. Right? I respect this when we say, hey, I'm this many old today, you know, all praises to the Most High for me. You many more blessings to you, Akwaf, right? We acknowledge when we're turning another year, which this clock is all messed up. That's not even your real age, right? All of that, you know? But we waking up, y'all. Ain't it? Yes. 61. And I will not grieve over the multitude of them that perish. Father ain't going to be sad about all of those people that he sent down the volcano, right? For these are they that are now like unto vapor. They were worth nothing. And that's what vapor is. It evaporates, right? And what keeps you alive? What you do for others. What you do for yourself is going to evaporate. Can you understand that clearly? Is that clear to us? Man, we're a vapor. If I do everything for myself and I die, what's left of me? Nothing is left of me, right? Hoo-hoo. Oh, if that don't make it plain, I quit, right? And are become as a flame of smoke. That's hell. Sound like hell to me, don't it you? They are set on fire and burn hotly. For how long? Quenched. Come on. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yikes. Buffering, buffering, buffering. We are buffering. Must part. The internet didn't like that part. You calling me a vapor, buddy? They got mad. It's really somebody behind the scenes pushing buttons and making things go wrong. It's a show, right? A show called that. It's a documentary, right? And they show that, you know. It's somebody on the other side of your screen watching you do this with your phone. They see a finger coming down the front of them like that, and they throwing things. They're throwing the next thing that's going to come down that you're going to pull down, right? And they see you stop on something, and they see you freeze, and then they know what to keep putting. That's why when you pause, you keep seeing a whole bunch of that thing coming, right? After you freeze, you start seeing a whole bunch of that, right? But 62, my fault, 62. And I answered and said, "Oh, thou earth." So he's going to ask the earth a question. He's going to ask the whole world a question, y'all. Listen well. Wherefore hast thou brought forth if the mind is made of dust, right? All of our minds are made of dust, like as all other created things. For it were better that the dust itself had been unborn, right? It's better for us. He's looking at what we stand to face and how many people perish, and that only a few are going to make it. And he's saying, man, why were we even born, right? We should not even been born. Reading on. So that the mind might not have been made, therefore. The mind would have been better off not even. That mind should not have been made out of dust or nothing else, because why? All of this torment, right? Only reason why the mind was made is what he's saying. Yikes. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Man, that's tough, y'all. Ain't it? You know, he's going to tell us that it was painful for the mind to come into that knowing, right? 64, but now the mind groweth with us. So the older you get, the older your mind get, and it never fades. When you leave, you have your mind. When I went through my experience, y'all, I was knowledge, right? Buffering, we are buffering. I still have knowledge, y'all, from back in the world. I had that. I didn't forget that. I knew everything and I knew everybody, but I only remembered the love. I didn't think once about anything of discomfort. No discomfort is allowed in that realm. So all of that bull crap, I didn't, right? But 64, but none the mind groweth, right? But Salakia, but now the mind grow with us. So your mind never stops growing, right? And by reason of this, we are tormented. So I can imagine when you're tormented, when you go there, oh man, it's all regret, y'all. Oh, I didn't have no regrets. But I can imagine if you go the other way, man, that must be all regret, right? Oh, I wish I would have did this. Oh, y'all gonna wish y'all would have jumped on this love. Man, it's easy to love. Everybody can do it. Ain't no, I don't care how crazy you are. I don't, man, the craziest person can humble down and love a child, right? And share some chips with a child. But in reality, you don't want to be sharing no chips. You don't want to be eating that, but that comes with knowledge. But if you don't have the knowledge, share those chips. If you have the knowledge, share that. Share what's safe, right? But wherever you are, the Father don't care about that. The Father care if you're sharing, if you're extending some love. That act is what Father's soft spot is. To see you look at a kid and pull that kid in and toss him a piece of and sit there and just talk with them and pick their mind and give them a little bit of yours and give them some statements that they'll never forget as long as they live and things like that. Man, that's where it's at, y'all. That's where it's at. That's what? Charity. This whole existence is charity, right? This whole existence is charity. This whole existence is charity from the Father to us. So he's looking for who's like him. How do we do that? We give something that somebody doesn't have. Look for it. You have. Even if it's just words. Even if it's good words. That's what you're doing if you find somebody sad and broken and you lift them up with compliments. That's an act of charity, y'all. You see? So nobody has an excuse. I don't care who you are. You can love and you can do charitable acts. It don't cost nothing if you ain't got nothing. Right? Yes, yes, yes. 65. Let the race of men lament. Right? That's the race of men. Those men who are comparing themselves to each other, let them lament, which is lament, be a wreck, be sad. You know the book of Lamentations? Read that book. The whole book is sad. That's when you're lamenting, right? Let the race of men lament. So that's what they're doing. They're all out there comparing each other. Oh, I'm better than this. No, I'm better than that. Oh, I do this better. No, I do that better. Oh, you guys are over there. We're everybody. Mine is coming out of all of y'all camps. Mine is coming out of every single last one of y'all groups. That's a done deal. They're coming out of everywhere. right? I ain't talking out of my behind. They're coming out of IUIC. They're coming out of Straightway, right? They're coming out of these other groups. I just need a boop, full hearts. I don't care where you come from. They're coming from the Muslims, right? I had Christians tell me, I've been watching you for years, but I wasn't coming near you long as you was a part of that group, right? But I identify with you, Brother Bronze, and we are the same, me and you. All praises to the Most High, right? A lot of people, a lot of different Hebrews, a lot of different Hebrews, all types. Never been with no group. Shout out to my sister that just pulled up me 2 computers so that I could get back on this music, right? Shout out to my sister, right? I got my computer fixed. She got me a new computer. Now I could get back on the road with the. She ain't mixed up in none of this, y'all. So, man, glory to the Most High. Crisis is coming out of everywhere. Everybody claiming that they alone are Christ, and they talk to you like you leave their groups. No, right? This is the truth, right? And it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing that you're going to be able to attach to this. This ain't no group. This is the truth, standing in the truth alone. Ain't no acronyms that describe this. Ain't no building that you could pop up and walk into this. No, this is the spirit of truth. Y'all do that. Y'all deal with all of that, right? But this truth is going to go out there and it's going to accomplish that which the Father sent it, as he said. It ain't coming back void. We're here, baby. This is what time it is. And you're going to see why in a minute. Because this world is about to go crazy. It's been going crazy since I jumped off the porch. It's a different spirit out there, right? It's a spiritual revolution out there, ain't it? Yes. Oh, let's keep on getting this, right? Let the race of men lament. They're going to regret all of that comparing themselves to each other that they're doing. That's a waste of time, right? And the beast of the field be glad, right? Why? Why is the beast of the field glad, right? Let all that are born lament. Everybody who's born, let them all be sad, right? But let the 4-footed beast of the cattle rejoice. Why? Why, y'all? Why is everybody in the world lamenting and the beasts of the field are happy? Oh my goodness, listen. For it is far better with them than with us, right? For they look not for judgment. That's why. You know, they don't know no judgment is coming. They don't have a mind of salvation or condemnation. They just living life. And when they drop dead in a beast, right? Neither do they know of torments. They don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about going to hell. Death. They don't know either way. 67. For what does it profit us that we'll be preserved alive, but yet be afflicted with torment, right? He like, man, I don't want to be alive either with all the torment that's going. I'm telling you, there's going to be nowhere to, there's going to be no comfortable life to live. At which time, man, you would rather go through that torment on earth than to die into flames, right? But that torment on earth ain't going to be good either, man. It's going to be a hard life. And then that's when we're going to start feeling for this role that we done sat ourselves in, this bed that we done made for ourselves, right? That's when we're gonna regret not being the righteous. But oh, it's finna go in so deep. Watch this. Watch what this is getting ready to tell us. For all that are born are defiled with iniquity. How? What iniquities? And are full of sins. What sins? And are laden with what? Laden with offenses. Offenses, y'all. Opposite of the love, ain't it? That's all he's looking at. Offenses, y'all. So you offended a brother over some fringes, right? You offended a brother over these reasons, right? These separate parts of the law, which the entire law is only showing you how to love the Most High first and your neighbor next. And you're already included in that, right? Whoo! After death, we were not to come into judgment, right? Venture, it had been better for us. Nah, but we got to go into that judgment, buddy. That's coming, right? Now, 70. And he answered unto me, when the Most High made the world and Adam and all them that came him, right? This verse 70 is where we get into the hidden part, y'all. And Adam and all them that came of him, he first prepared the judgment and the things that pertained unto the judgment. So when he prepared Adam, y'all, he prepared the judgment, y'all. And now understand from thine own words, for thou hast said that the mind groweth with us. So the angel is shooting he's shooting Esdras' statements back at him. Remember when Esdras said the mind grow with us and we're going to be condemned and all of that? So he's shooting that back at Esdras now and said, you said it yourself, right? The mind grow with us. 72, they therefore that dwell upon the earth shall be tormented for this reason. Because you knew. It's what you know that's going to condemn you. So go ahead, keep filling up on all of this knowledge and then leaving it empty by not following 1 Corinthians chapter 13. You're not sealing it with the love, right? What do we call this? As Proverbs, right? Ever learning, never coming to the... Now, is that verse clear? Do you see now how you could ever learn but never come to the knowledge of the truth? Man, you're going to learn all of that stuff. You're never going to arrive at charity. You're just wisdom. You're just stacking up on all of this knowledge. I can't call it wisdom because that's 9 fruits, which equal 1 Corinthians chapter 13, which is the Holy Spirit. Y'all see that? Oh, man, that's gotta come clear to you. And I'm an idiot, y'all. I'm not very smart, okay? That's straight out the Sapphire. And I come back from the Sapphire, and I've linked that to this book. And now I'm reading a whole different book, y'all. Now listen to this. These are the mysteries that you don't understand. And the reason why you can't seal your kingdom card. This is why no matter how much you learn or what you conquer or what you do, you still have a feeling inside of you that feel like you're headed straight for hell. It's because we lack this right here. We're not sealing it together with the charity, y'all. Right? What fulfills the whole law? Love, ain't it? Love fulfills the whole law, ain't it? And you knew that, but you still felt empty. I know how you felt because I felt like that until I made it. Why? Why did I make it? Listen to Even This. I got a song called Even This. Go play that song. That song is the mindset, right? He who worship a temporary thing shall himself be a temporary thing. Oh, I remember the feeling in my stomach while I was writing and recording that, y'all. Oh, I was a different man. I was going to my flesh. I lost my flesh, y'all. We buffering. I lost my flesh, y'all, and the Father spoke. Con, I lost my flesh and the Father spoke, y'all. So let's speak. Let's get back to it. They, therefore, that dwell upon the earth shall be tormented for this reason. Why? Because you know better. You knew enough to get you punished, right? It's our conscience that condemn us. That having understanding, they have wrought iniquity. That's what iniquity is, sin that you know about. It just told us what iniquity is, right? Sin that we know about. It's one thing, sin is sin regardless, whether you know or not. But when you know you're sinning and you're still doing it, that becomes iniquity, y'all. And it's a whole bunch of iniquity listening to this right now. And let me tell you, if you on this iniquity right here, start loving. Take what you have, and it don't matter who it is. Give it to somebody else, right? Make the whole world owe you something, right? Because you gave them something selflessly for free. That's the only way, y'all. And then you're going to look up and you're going to see them iniquities have faded. You're going to wake up one morning and that thing that got you by your throat right now that you can't stop doing, you're going to wake up because you just building up your integrity. The more charity you do, you're just building up your integrity. And one morning you're going to wake up and you're going to say, man, I ain't doing that today. And you're going to mean it with your whole heart. And guess what? You're not going to do it. It's going to be behind you. It's going to be the past, right? Charity builds up your integrity to a level that you have to just do it to understand. You just have to do it to understand, y'all. You'll never understand if you don't do it, right? But that's what condemns us, y'all. Our conscience. That having understand, they wrought iniquity. In receiving commandments have not kept them. You received the commandments, right? But you didn't keep them. Hold on, let me let this dog out. Come on, let's go. Come on, girl. Get out of here. Go to your family. Oh, praise to the Most High. Y'all, hold up. I'm still live. Let me finish this chapter before y'all come in. The family just rolled up, ready to keep a nice tight Sabbath the way we do, right? The way children of the sapphire do. You understand? Glory be unto the higher. Glory be unto a higher in him alone, right? Let's start this over. 72. They, therefore, that dwell upon the earth shall be tormented for this reason, that having understanding have wrought iniquity, and receiving commandments have not kept them, right? And what did the commandments equal? Love and charity, love for your neighbor, love for the Most High, not to offend the Most High, and not to offend your neighbor. You see that? And having ordained a law that dealt unfaithfully with that which they received. So you're going to fall off. You're going to fall off of the law somewhere. And you ain't going to have 1 Corinthians chapter 13 to get your back, right? It's easier to pay attention to them 13 verses, right, than to never fall off at any part of this Bible. But if you keep 1 Corinthians chapter 13, you embody the entire Bible, right? Definitely. 73. 73. What then will they have to say in the judgment? What do you have to say in the judgment? Oh, you kept all of these commandments, right? But when you shall give account in the day of judgment, right? That every idle word and all that, they're going to ask you. And you're going to have to give a statement. You're going to have to give a statement for your life. They're going to ask you what happened, right? What then will they have to say in the judgment? What you going to say? You're going to say what you're going to say. You're going to give all your excuses. And they're going to say, but you fell off on charity, buddy. What did you do for anybody else? And you're going to say, oh, well, I did this and I did that. And they're going to, clump that up. They're going to clump up your little 2, 3 little works, the few little times you did this and did that. And then they're going to compare that to all the arguing you did and all the feelings you hurt and all the people you lied on, right? They don't care about no fringes and how you might have missed a holy day. You ain't even gonna get down to that. You still gonna be in what you did to everybody. All the feelings you hurt, right? All the people you dissed, all the people that looked up to you, right? Who you crushed, right? All of the days somebody asked you for something and you had it and you said no, right? All of them stores that you walked in past them hungry people laying on the ground by the door, right? And you told them you couldn't help them out with a bun, y'all, with a muffin with nothing, right? With a muffin or nothing, right? Man, you should have been out there giving them jackets and shoes and stuff, right? And getting them meals and telling them, man, I know it's hard, man, but give all your praise to the Most High, man. It's the reason why we suffering the way we suffering, brother, right? Give yourself to the Most High, he'll pick you up, right? Not only out of the situation you're in, but you'll die a glorious death, my brother. You have a good one, right? And leave something with them and get on up out of there, right? And every time you see them pull over there and swing and jump out, right? All in the hood, right? That's your brother now, and that's what we have to do, y'all. Oh, your works better be sky high. Your charity, ooh, man, it better be on fire. Your charity better be on fire in this world. And we are rich, y'all. I know you don't notice it, but you have a lot that a lot of people don't have. I know you feel like you ain't got nothing, right? But guess what? The rich man who you may see, man, he's mad he's not rich as another one of his friends. You never really lose that feeling, right? You never really lose that feeling. You're always going to feel like you could be doing better. You're always going to be able to look at somebody who has things that you don't have, right? Billionaires are looking at somebody else and feeling like, man, yeah, I don't have his check, Man, forget that. Take the little bit that you do got and short. You'll see what I'm talking about, y'all. Oh, man, I'm telling you this, that I'm telling you. Tell me where you're going to get it. Where you going to get this? Ain't nobody talking about this. Nowhere. 73. What then will they have to say, man? What you got to say for yourself, right? Or how will they answer in the last times? What's the last times? Right before you go down that volcano. 74. For how great a time has the Most High been long suffering? That's how long, right? How long did the Most High suffer with you? Can you even relate to that suffering that he did because they did long suffering, right? And with a good attitude, right? We're a good attitude, right? Just going through it, just going on through it, long suffering, but breaking off your stuff, right? And having a good attitude and speaking words of wisdom, right? The words of wisdom, words of the wise, right? What is wisdom? The Holy Spirit, right? Love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, meekness, faith, right? Temperance, right? The 9 fruits of the Spirit. See that? That's words of wisdom, y'all. Words of those 9 fruits. If it ain't that, it ain't wisdom. I don't care how smart it sounds or none of that. But reading on, right? Our long suffering connects us to the Most High, y'all. When you look face to face with the Most High, are you going to be able to relate to his long suffering? Because he's going to look back at you. And if you can relate to his long suffering, he's going to claim you as his. He's going to look at your charity. What did you give away? He gave us this whole earth. He gave us everything, y'all. And he's going to look for us who understand charity as him. That's why this is the only way into that. Been long suffering for a long time, right? With them that inhabit the world, and not for their sake, but because of the time which he has foreordained, right? He made promises to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's the only reason, right? It wasn't for none of us that he did it. He would have never seen us, because after Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we flipped out. He would have just destroyed us all. But see, he promised them. So that's the only reason why I had a shot, right? To fix myself and had that grace, to fix myself and be worthy of the sapphire, right? Glory to the Most High. 75. And I answered and said, if I have found grace in thy sight, O Lord, shew this also unto thy found worthy. And I feel him on that. And I know exactly what filled him up. We're buffering. I know exactly what filled him up when the Father answered him, because I felt it, right? Oh Lord, shew this also, servant, whether after death, even now, when every one of us giveth up his soul, give up the ghost, right? We shall be kept in rest until those times come, right? So he's asking them about the afterlife. And this is what's going to make him answer. This is what's going to make him take him into them realms, right? And answer this question, y'all. Listen good, right? In which thou shalt renew the creation. What's that? What's renew the creation? That's when we go to the new earth, y'all. That's when we go to the new earth. That ain't the sapphire either. That's when we go to the new earth, right? The new creation, the new earth, the new heaven and earth. Or whether we shall be tormented forthwith, right? 76. And he answered me and said, I will shew this also, but join not thyself with them that are scorners. Oh, are you a scorner? Oh, is that? Oh, my goodness. That's his only enemy, y'all, is the scorner. Your heart is absent to be a scorner. Guess who's a scorner, y'all? Your salvation on. You seen them be scorners in front of you, right? That's their only enemy, y'all. That's the unwhole heart, y'all. Oh my goodness. If that didn't become clear to you. But join not thyself with them that are scorners. So he's telling Esdras that don't count yourself for the punishment, right? Because you ain't no scorner. You have the charitable heart, right? Nor number thyself with them that are tormented. Who's going to be tormented? The scorners. That's who. 77. For thou hast a treasure of good works laid up with the Most High. yourself straight? No, you just got yourself straight. Once you get yourself straight, we're buffering, buffering, buffering. Once you get yourself straight, now it's time to exude that, right? Now it's time to extend that, right? Now you're doing charity when it comes off of you. All the things you did for yourself, that was just getting yourself together, y'all. That ain't charity, right? If you get yourself all the way right and you never do anything for anybody else, now you see why they slipping off in our chapter? Though you gave your body to be burned. Oh, you did everything you needed to do to get yourself right. You went through that furnace, but you didn't duplicate. Not about getting yourself together, family. You got whole self together to say what? Father, here am I. And he's like, well, I put you there. You're giving me back to say, right? You're giving me back one talent. Oh, I took this, Father, and I came back, right? You came into earth pure. You went wicked over time. Over time, you fixed yourself. You got back pure. And here I am, Father. He ain't going to be happy to see you. Yeah, you fixed yourself. But did you duplicate yourself, right? Nothing changes that but charity, y'all. Nothing changes that but what you extended to another. Oh, I know that's clear. I know that's clear to you, right? 77, let's read it again. For thou hast told thee until the last time. So, and that's what he did. Buffering, buffering, we are buffering. We are buffering. And that's what he did, y'all. He showed Esdras everything, but he didn't show Esdras his works. He didn't show me mine either. But he filled up and let me know how proud of me he was, how happy he was with me, right? Oh my goodness, family. Yikes. Right? Had to say lie for a minute. Salakia, y'all. Quick say lie, quick say lie. 78. For concerning death, teaching is what? When the determinate sentence has gone forth from the Most High, that a man shall die. So when that decree go out, right? When the Most High call your life, is what he just described. The Most High from heaven just said, all right, pull him in, take him. Right? As the spirit leaveth the body to return again unto him who gave it, right? Like Ecclesiastes 12:7, right? It adoreth the glory of the Most High, first of all. I felt that, fam. That's the first thing you do, is adore the glory of the Most High. That's the first thing you do, right? 79. And if it be one of those that have been scorners and have not kept the way of the Most High, and that have despised his law, which is the law is what? What are the two commandments reduced to, right? What is the whole law reduced to in those two commandments? I'm going to keep on saying it. Love the most, love your neighbor as yourself, right? Yeah. And it be one of those that have been a scorner and have not kept the way of the Most High and have despised his law, and that hate them that fear God. And they hate those that fear the Most High. Not only are they wicked, but they see you and they know you on the right track and they hate you for that, right? No wonder I never got that call. Hey, Brother Bronze, man, you doing such a good job in the community, brother. Man, and you with us and this and that and blah, blah. Come have dinner with us, Sock. No wonder why I never got those calls. They was looking at me with a snarl. I hate him, right? Oh, did you hear what he said this week? Play it back, right? Oh, they had a chair pulled up, right? I heard about them hearing about it, right? They knew, they knew who I was. And that's what that frozen look was when I walked up, right? That's what that deer in headlights was. But all praises to the Most High, right? Verse 8. Oh, please, man. Please, y'all. If you are this scorner that this is talking about, please repent. Please grow a heart of the love and charity, right? These facts are for you as well. You are not cut off from what I'm talking about. Please don't let however you feel about me block you from doing this, y'all. Definitely start doing this. And that's for anybody with a sour taste in their mouth about me. You know, I don't hate you, brother. I don't got nothing against you. We all got rough patches, right? We all got hurdles that we got trouble getting over and things like this. You know, we all saw through a glass darkly, right? We all seen in part, we all knew in part and prophesied in part. But this right here, this is that which is perfect coming, right? And you know, our chapter says when that which is perfect is come. This is that which is perfect, family. You ain't gonna never see it go a step up from what this is right here. You ain't gonna never see it hit another level from this, y'all. This is it. First Corinthians chapter 13 is it, y'all. That's your kingdom key. That's your keys to the kingdom right there, y'all. That's them. Let's get 80 again. 80. These spirits shall not enter into habitations. What habitations? The ones that matter, right? There's only one torment, y'all. There's only one hell, right? There's only one of them. It's in the center of the earth. It ain't never leaving. When them people come up out of Abraham's bosom across the Gulf and that globe go down into oblivion wherever it's going, them people is going to still be in the middle of it. Oh, don't that scare you to death? Yikes. Yikes. You're still going to be in the middle of hell when the Father take this whole globe of this current earth and just he just going to the bottomless pit. It's never going to stop falling. It's going to fall for eternity. And you're going to be in the center of it, right? Please don't let that be you, right? Man, choke your pride out, you know, and get on this. I know you thought you had it. That wasn't it. This is it, fam. Now we gonna see. Now we gonna see how humble you can be. Now we gonna see how good your ears can hear. Now we gonna see if you have a heart of repentance or not. You ain't gotta call me or nothing. You ain't gotta be a part of me or nothing. But fix yourself, right? Get on this love and this charity, right? Though you give your body to be burned, and though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, don't lean on that. Don't say, well, I've done this and I've done that. Nah. You did that for bragging rights. Now repent again, fresh and brand new, and do it not for the bragging rights, but do it just for the sake of you're putting something where it was needed. You see that? These spirits shall enter in. These spirits shall into habitations, right? Buffering. We are buffering, right? That's habitations. That's why I say habitations with an S, right? Because you could go upstairs with the Most High. You could go downstairs into the sapphire. You could go into the center of the Abraham bosom. You could be in the earth, right? You could still be a soul with flesh in the earth, right? That's like 4 places you could be, right? But there's only one torment. There's only one hot place. There's many chambers, but it's, it's on the other side of that gulf. We know where it's at. Luke 16, right? Come, come. Right? Uh, these spirits shall not enter into habitation, but shall do what? But shall wander. Man, yikes. And be in torment. They're going to torments forthwith, right? Forthwith. But you can say forthwith, right? Ever grieving and sad. Ever grieving and sad. I know it's all regret. Like, man, I was so close. I had a chance. I was in the earth. I had a body. I could have switched it up and loved, right? You're going to understand that when you get there. You're going to know exactly what your error is when you get on that side, man. Man, I could have loved. Man, I could have gave away so much stuff. Then you're going to understand the importance. You like, man, I would have gave away anything. I would have gave away the lint out of my pocket. I would have gave away everything to not wind up here, right? In 7 ways. They're going to grieve and be sad in 7 ways. Here we go. Here go the first, right? The first way, because they have despised the law. They despised what? You loved the law, didn't you? Yeah, you loved the law. You love waking up, ironing them fringes. You love that. You love telling somebody about how they shouldn't be eating pork, shrimp, lobster. You loved that, didn't you? You love the Sabbath and the holy days, right? Even though on the Sabbath, you loved the Sabbath, didn't you? Buffering, we are buffering. Buffering. Can we please not buffer? We are buffering. Right? That's the first way, though. You're going to, because you despise the law of the Most High. But in real life of the Most High, you gave it all you got, didn't you? All of them scattered laws that you could never keep up with. Whenever you think about it, you was breaking one, wasn't it? Whenever you thought about it, there was one that you had fell off on. Oh, whoa, let me tighten that up. Oh, my fault. Right? The more you focus on, the more of other ones you forgot. You know what tie all of them together? 1 Corinthians chapter 13. 82. The second way. What's the second way? Because they cannot now make a good return that they may live. It's set in stone. It's forever. You can't go backwards on it, right? You can't fix it. You despise the Most High, which you missed what? You didn't. That's the first thing you're going to recognize that you fell off on. You failed. Second is you're not going to be able to make it good, right? You're not going to be able to fix it. What's the third way, right? They shall see the reward laid up for them that have believed the covenants of the Most High. Oh, you're going to see all of us that made it, man. Maybe they could look up, right? I seen a brother that had an NDE, and he said he could see them in heaven. So you could see us where I went in the Sapphire. You can see us up there, and you understand what you're looking at now. And you look up there, and you're like, oh, that's where I would have went. You get to see that, right? Oh, my goodness, y'all. Are you listening? 84, the fourth way. They shall consider the torment laid up for them. You're going to look at where you at, and you're going to look around, and you go, yeah, but this is me right here, huh? Right? So that's the fourth way. They shall consider the torment laid up for themselves in the last days. Right? You look around and you see where you stood. That's the fourth way of torment. The 85, right? The fifth way. They shall see the dwelling places of others guarded by angels. Guarded by angels. What are they doing? Hold on, let's pull it out. Let's pull it out. One time for the sapphire. Let's pull it out. You see them big old stars around there? That's what they doing, y'all. They're guarding us. They are guarding us, y'all. Them big stars you see, those are angels, y'all. Huh? Bang, there it is there. There it is there. It's explaining that realm, y'all. Right? And that's the fourth way. Right? You should see the torment laid up for them. In fifth, no, that was the fifth way, my fault. They shall see the dwelling places of others guarded by angels, right? With great quietness. Remember, I told y'all wasn't no words there? That was very significant, y'all. I realized we weren't talking, and I realized there was no need to talk. Can you imagine that? Everybody having the exact same knowledge and thinking the same thing at the same time, to where there's no need for words. The great quietness, right? 86, the sixth way, they shall see how forthwith some of them shall pass into torment. So they're going to see when they come out of the place that they're in, only to go into eternal hellfire. That's not the lake, right? Torments is not the lake. They still got to come out of there and go into the lake, right? And what's the seventh way, which is the last way? The last way for them is the seventh way, and what is that? Which is more grievous than all the afore ways. So this is worse than them all, because they shall pine away in confusion and be consumed with shame. Oh, the shame. They shall pine away. That's to waste away. You're dying. That's the second death, y'all. That's you fading out. Oh, right? You just like, oh, wherever you're at, and you just dying deeper. That's the second death, y'all. Because they shall pine away. Man, you think this earth is confusing, right? When I went into that existence, confusion came off of me, right? There's a level of confusion that you got to have just to exist on this plane right here, right? It slowly came back. The longer I'm here, the more this confusion in this realm comes back, you know? But that part of me is still in there, and it's stuck in there to where I remember that feeling and that knowledge when it came, right? So every now and then the Father gonna have to throw me little nuggets, right, and pull me back into that realm again and refresh my mind so that I stay on proper course of what he got me on down here. You see that? Yeah, but there takes a level of confusion just to exist on this plane. But you would rather be here than to be in this torment right here. You see that? Man, that confusion there, I can imagine you die in it. You pine away in it. You die in it and you don't know why it's happening. Oh, I'm dying. I'm fading. Ah, right? That's what it is to pine away, to waste away, right? Oh, right? In confusion and be consumed with shame. Shame is what's collecting you when you're and you're going into it, right? Can you imagine what this is explaining to you, right? In confusion and consumed with shame, and shall be withered, right? Withered up by fears. Oh my goodness. Woo. Man. Seeing the glory of the Most High, before whom they have sinned whilst living, right? So you're going to be with a whole bunch of other people And you're seeing them receive it too, right? It's what that just described, right? You're seeing all of them around you crumble just like you are, but not you. You're not going to do that because you're going to get right by this love and this charity, right? Whoever this is that this happens to, man, I feel for y'all. And it's prophecy, so we got to fill the seats. Somebody got to fill them seats. And they're going to be way more of them seats than the other seats, right? And before whom they shall be judged in the last times. You still got a judgment coming. This is just 1,000 years. This ain't the final judgment. You know, we know the scriptures. They do that for 1,000 years. Father gonna pull them out just to put them back down into the eternal judgment, right? Now, this is the order of those who have kept the ways of the Most High. What are the ways of the Most High? Love the Most High with all thy heart, all thy soul, all thy mind, and all thy might, and love thy neighbor as thyself, right? That's the ways of the Most High that this speaking of. 1 Corinthians chapter 13 is what this is speaking of. Come on, right? When they shall be separated from the corruptible vessel. I felt that. I know how that feels, right? In the time that they dwell therein, they painfully served the Most High. We painfully served them. We didn't want to do half of the things we did. We would do something, but you need it, right? You need it. Here, take it. I'll get mine next week, right? You go ahead, you going with this. You need it right now. And I got some more coming later. Here, you gonna take this, right? That's what that is, fam. Right? They that dwell therein and painfully serve the Most High, right? Man, I don't want to do it, but let me get up and go out to this corner and yell at these strangers about Christ, right? Where's my bullhorn, right? Repent and be baptized, right? For the kingdom of heaven is at hand, blah, blah. I'm on a corner with my bullhorn, right? All praise to the Most High, you know? Nobody wanted to come out there with me. Everybody ignored my call, right? Nobody answered my texts back. Well, guess we just gotta go, praise the Most High for the one brother that I can get here and there that goes out there with me, right? Had to just take my sons one time. Well, I might as well train y'all now, right? My sons done been on the block. A lot of y'all ain't never been on the block, man. My sons done been on the block, man. They babies, right? They done yelled scriptures into my bullhorn. Y'all better get with, man, right? That's the highest form of the Most High's work, right? That's what's sealing the elect. Con 89. In the time that they dwell therein, they painfully serve the Most High. That's us, y'all. That's us. And we're in jeopardy every hour. Every hour we were in jeopardy, y'all. At any hour they could have killed us and all of that. They was looking at us. They was chalking us up as being soft. I could sock this dude right now and he can't hit me back, right? That's how they think about us. Oh, this dude talking about that Bible, right? And then they tread on us. And then, believe it or not, there was so-called shepherds looking at us. Oh, this dude is pure, right? And then they couldn't wait to show us how cold they could be and how raw they could get with us. I'm the one, right? With the big old church and with all the people, and everybody is hanging on my word, and they floss that. They like to floss that on us, right? And let us see all of these thousands of people hang on their every word, and then they dart that at us. Forget this guy right here, right? That ain't what they were supposed to be doing with them voices, y'all. Every hour we was in jeopardy, y'all. The whole world trotting on us, stepping on us. We We were anchoring ourselves to the discipleship with all of this, y'all. So shout out to all of y'all that's shaking everything off of you and throwing punches back and getting offended. We ain't supposed to be doing. We didn't see Christ doing none of that, y'all. We follow Christ, right? So we follow what Christ did. We didn't see Christ doing that, y'all. This world is going to trod you underfoot. But this is why we did it right here, for this reason, right? Let's start 89 over, right? In the time that they dwelt therein, they dwelt painfully, right? Serving the Most High, right? And wherein every hour they was in jeopardy, right? Reading on, that they might keep the law of the lawgiver. How? Perfectly. How do you do that? In love and charity, y'all. Perfectly. That word is in 1 Corinthians chapter 13 too. And it's telling you, you know, that when that which is perfect is come. It literally uses those words right here, perfectly, right? And 2nd Esdras 9 and 22, right? With great labor have I made them perfect. Reading on, 90. Wherefore, this is the teaching concerning them. First of all, they shall see with great joy and glory of him who taketh them up. Right? Pew! Gone, y'all. Flying so fast, but could feel presences on my left and right and knew I was passing pockets, y'all. I was passing other heavens, y'all. We read that in Enoch. Then I went to the second heaven. Then I went to the third heaven, right? Enoch was just stopping in these pockets. I went straight up under the Most High, y'all. First of all, they shall see the great glory, right? The great joy. I could feel that when I was fading out in the earth, right? That was that great joy coming, right? The glory of him who taketh them up. And then who he took me up, right? And I'm flying, I'm going, right? Shoom, right? But it wasn't uncomfortable. Fast as I was going, there was something working just as hard to keep me comfortable, right? And I could feel that. I could feel it, right? For they shall have rest in 7 orders. So we have 7 orders as well, right? What's the first order? The first order, because they have striven with great labor to overcome the evil thought, y'all. The evil thought. Have you overcome your evil thoughts? You got to overcome the evil thoughts, y'all. You know how you do that? You start loving. That's how. Even if you start off faking, you're going to look up one day and you're going to say, wow, I really do mean this love. Right? I would not know how to break this down to you right now if it didn't happen. Right? Yes, yes, yes. Your evil thoughts, right? Overcome the evil thought, which was fashioned together with them, with who? With the rest of the world, y'all. Thinking the same thing. That's the same feeling that everybody think and they lip turn up and it's like, ugh, right? That evil eye, we all got it, right? And all of these congregations are full of people doing it. I see them when somebody new walk in the door and their shoes ain't right or something, or their jacket ain't right, or they just got a look or something. You know, I saw this with my fellow church members when somebody walk in the door and that look go up and down and just like, right? Oh, they so religious up in there, y'all. 93, the second order. Give me another one. Give me another order. Because they see the perplexity in which the souls of the ungodly wander and the punishment that awaiteth them, right? And I imagined that. I didn't see nothing, but I imagined it. I had a thought of, man, the people who ain't seeing this, yikes, they're seeing something, right? I knew what I was seeing, and I knew that I had made it, right? And I had a quick thought at somebody who didn't make it. And I was like, man, I know they're not, I know that don't feel this good, right? I had a thought dedicated to them on that other side, right? I did, but the Father kept me from that totally. I didn't see none of that, y'all. I didn't deal with no tunnel. I didn't see no tunnel, right? And that might be the people that go to Abraham bosom. Maybe you go to Abraham bosom through torments or something, and just check out what's up in there, You wander. It said they wander, right? Perplexity in which the souls of the ungodly wander, and the punishment that awaited for them. I didn't even go that way, y'all. I went up. But I did have a thought for them, though, and it was a tender thought. But 94, the third order, they see the witness which he that fashioned them beareth concerning them, right? That while they lived, they kept the law which was given them in trust, right? And that's when you come to realization of you pleased the Father, right? I remember feeling that. I remember feeling the Father, he was pleased, right? And man, it was like he was with me. It was like a hand, even though he was not where I was, right? But man, that's how divine he is, that he can send his love without leaving his throne, and it'll cradle you and it'll carry you to the sapphire up under him, right? 95, the fourth order, they understand the rest which being gathered in their chambers, right? That's a chamber. The sapphire is a chamber. And I was passing other ones. I could feel the energy coming. I knew I was passing other realms, right? I went wasn't the only place that was out there. I could feel the energy coming from other places, fam, right? Until I drifted into my chamber. And when I got to where I was about to hit the sapphire, when I got in the vicinity of the sapphire, that's when I was able to pull out of myself and see myself from the side. I saw myself the way we look in the air and see an airplane. If you ever been by an airport and you see them airplanes landing and taking off, that's how I could see my body about to hit the sapphire, right? Yes, yes, yes. They now enjoy right? That's why I hesitated on coming here, y'all. This is very emotional. Yikes. I'm back there, right? Guarded by what? What are we guarded by? Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. What are we guarded by? Kapow! All of them angels. You see them out there? They're guarding us, y'all. That's a whole bunch of angels. And that's what you see, right? We lose some angels, y'all. We lose some. When you see that star plummet out of the sky toward the ground and they tell you to make a wish, y'all. The evil tell you to make a wish because that's a new fallen angel and it's coming to the earth and it's going to stir up some havoc. And what is it going to do? It's going to fulfill some of your dreams, right? That's a whole bunch of more wickedness coming to the earth. You could get rich off of that, right? You can get a love off of that. You could get a spouse off of that. You could get power off of that. Make a wish, baby, what you want, right? And you're dialing in with a fallen angel that's coming to the earth to bring havoc. Maybe that was your angel, right? And that's why the wicked of this earth, they tell you to make a wish when you see that angel come down. But that's us being guarded by angels right there, y'all. Right? Around. Yeah. Back to it. Put y'all back on. Right? Quietness guarded by angels and the glory that awaiteth them in the last days. This is the last days for us. We're seeing the glory that awaits us. Con, we're seeing it. It does nothing but get better from there, right? We're going back with Christ out of there. And we're going to solidify the earth, bring that judgment. And then after the judgment, we're going to look up in that new heaven, that new earth. Revelation 21 going to be coming, right? Yes, yes, yes. 96, the fifth order, they rejoice. And I did that. We rejoiced. Remember I told you about that? The love is calm. The love is just serene, and that's just, right? And then there was a joy, like you jump up and down. Like if I had feet, I would, yeah, right? And that's that rejoice, y'all. Seeing how they have now escaped from that which is corruptible, left that flesh. Oh, it feels so good when that flesh ain't on you. Man, this flesh is horrible, man. You know? Man, I wasn't scared to death before. But really now I'm like, man, go ahead, pull your trigger, right? And how they shall inherit that which is to come. When earth is done with that new heaven and earth, he gonna be done with it when he come and get us. He gonna be done. We gonna come down, we gonna subdue the earth, and then we going home, right? 1,000 years of rest, right? Yes, yes, yes. While they see, moreover, the straightness and the painfulness from which they have been delivered. Oh man, I thought back on the earth and I knew what I had left from. I knew what I had escaped from, right? And I felt dirty forever living a life, right? Because I knew I was back at a being that I was before I even got a body from out of my mother, right? What that earthly body had did to me. And I was so happy to be sitting around in that warm peace and love and joy that I was feeling, right? I was love, y'all, right? I could go in, right? I could use a body then, right? I was the spirit of love. I could have turned around and went back into somebody, right? And filled somebody else with the love, right? Yikes, y'all. And they say your angel look just like you, right? Yeah. It's some scriptures that say that, We're going to get those. We're going to get all these, y'all. We're going to get them all, just not right now. But we're going to get those, your angel is identical to you, right? But while they see, moreover, the straightness and the painfulness, right, from which they have been delivered, So you see your body, that's you looking back at your body, right? And the large room which they shall receive with joy and immorality. The sapphire is a room, y'all. So, remember when the brother said he could look down in his left and see the hospital room and where he was dead down there, and then he could look the other way and see the bright light up top? That's what this is talking about, y'all. You got your body on one side, you got your room on the other side. But I didn't even look back. I didn't even I didn't even see my body, right? I saw them leave me. I was already out. I didn't look at my body. I looked around the room. I was looking at the rest of the room. And I saw that crash team leave my room, right? I seen that. But this room and the large room, which they shall receive with joy and immorality, that's the sapphire, right? 97, the sixth order, when it is shewed unto them how their face shall shine as the sun. How your face shine as the sun, that your one dot of the electric blue, that face is shining, baby, like the sun, right? You are a light, literally, right? That's your face. It shines as the sun, right? Not as bright as those angels are shining. Obviously, they're bigger than us, right? That's why when they come into this existence, we make giants, right? Because that, according to their spirit, right? So our regular size, we're going to make a much smaller shining dot, right? But when them angels come into this existence and they slept with women, they made giants, right? Why? Because look how big that star is. You see that twinkling? That's why that's like that, right? Your face shine like the sun, and how they shall be made like unto the light of the stars. We're like a star. We're much smaller, but we're like the stars. Y'all see that? That's describing the realm, y'all. Being henceforth incorruptible. We're never going to die. That's it. We made it, right? And what's the seventh? The seventh order, which is greater than all the four orders. These are greater, y'all. Which one is this? Did I go deep enough to see this? What is this? Because they shall rejoice with confidence, right? And because they fusion faded, right? Remember I told y'all I felt like I knew everything. Con? And shall be glad fear. Oh, I wasn't scared not a bit, y'all. No fear. I ain't scared. I ain't worried about nothing, y'all. For they hasten to behold the face of him, right? Whom in their lifetime they served, and from whom they shall receive in glory. I didn't get that far, right? I'm about to plunge into the rest of the sapphire, and right before I hit it, he turned me back, right? And that they hastened. What is the hasten? Out of in right to the sapphire. Con, that's you hasten to behold, to see the face, right? Man. To whom in their lifetime they serve. That's I serve the Most High, y'all, right? And from whom they shall receive their reward and glory. This is the order of the souls of the just, right? I'm not back here to mess that up. I ain't back here to mess that up. I'm here to in chapter 13 to y'all. And that's why I couldn't get comfortable here, because I thought I was headed right back out of here, right? But the Father has revealed my mission, y'all. He has revealed my assignment, and I'm on it. I'm doing it. And that's why I had to start going live and talking, right? And I couldn't have my phone ringing because I done stepped on some church's toes or something, you know? So when I announced I am no longer a member of the such and such and the blah blahs, right? That's what I was on. I was jumping off the porch with this. And then Quebec, here we are, right? And this ain't it. There's some other stuff to read. Right? Pieces and parts I knew, but I wasn't in no hurry to get in here. But when I woke up at 3 a.m. and shot my little prayers up, and then I hurry up, I go home. And this was in there. Somebody sent it to me, and I read it, and here we are. I figured I'd read it. I didn't have no lesson for tonight, you know, and I'm like, let's go into this. And now there's more, you know, there's more. We're going to go into Enoch soon. If it be the Father's will, he keep us kicking and ticking and bringing us before this screen. We're going to go into Enoch, and we're going to let him describe all of the different realms. And I can imagine there's some more in there too, right? It's some stuff in Jubilees that we can talk about. There's some other stuff around the book of Enoch that we could talk about, you know. It might be some stuff in the book of Adam and Eve that we could bring out, right? We just gonna keep on getting it, y'all. But the Father is revealed. You have one among you that has been there and that has seen. So you're on a whole nother level in itself. It ain't about me, baby. It's about you, right? We on a whole nother level now, you know. I feel sorry for all of them who feel a way about us, because we don't feel no way about y'all. We still back here. We on the Father's work, y'all, right? Shout out to them that can remain and endure and keep latching on to the Most High wherever they spot him, right? Right? Anchored to a false life and a false worship, right? In an organized religion. Y'all get on up over here, right? Yes, yes, yes. Or stay there and just get this and make sure you got your heart right. Because I didn't have to leave there to get my heart right. My heart was right. And I was with y'all when I passed off. So just get your heart right. Stay where you're at. Get your heart right. Right? Conquer 1 Corinthians chapter 17. You know? Unto them. Right? And aforetime are the ways that would not give heed shall suffer from henceforth. So that's both sides of them. That just explained to us, we just showed you both sides of those that make it and those that don't. Verse 100, and I answered and said, shall time therefore be given unto them, shall be given unto the souls after they are separated from the bodies? That whereof thou hast spoken shall be for 7 days. That for 7 days you may see the things whereof thou hast been told. So it's going to take them 7 days to see all that, right? That's how long they're going to suffer that before that gate shut, right? And afterwards, they shall be gathered together in their habitations. And I answered and said, if I have found favor in sight, show further unto me thy servant, whether in the day of judgment the just will be able to intercede for the ungodly or to entreat the Most High for them, right? So he's asking what to do about the people that I love, right? Can I try to make him change his mind about them, is what he's asking, right? 103, whether fathers for children, or children for parents, or brethren for brethren, or kinfolk for their next of kin, or friend for them that are most dear. He's asking if they can intercede, right? If they can change Father's mind. He's going to answer. And he answered me and said, since thou hast found favor in my sight, I will shew thee also. The day of judgment is a day of decision, right? That just proved that a judgment is a decision, y'all. The judgment is a decision, y'all, right? That's where our judgment is a decision, y'all. And displayeth unto all the seal of truth. Even as now a father sendeth his son, or a son his, or a master his slave, right? A master might want to pray for his slave, or a friend to him that is most dear, right? That in his stead he may be sick or sleep or eat or be healed, right? 105. So never shall anyone pray for another in that day. And that's why it's over, right? Because you can't pray for nobody, right? After that day. Why? Neither shall one lay a burden on another. You know, ain't no more earth, right? For then shall all bear every one his own righteousness and unrighteousness, right? It's too late, y'all. Who are you praying for? Everybody's soul like your soul. 106, and I answered and said, how do we now find that first Abraham prayed for the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, and Moses for the fathers that sinned in the wilderness, right? So he's like, well, Moses prayed for Sodom and Gomorrah, didn't he? Right? Or Abraham prayed for Sodom and Gomorrah, and Moses for the people that sinned in the wilderness of Akar, right? And Samuel, right? In the days of Saul. Buffering, we are buffering. Right? The magic word seems to be buffering. We are buffering, right? Check it out. And Samuel prayed for Saul, right? And David for the plague, and Solomon for them that should worship in the sanctuary, right? Who Elijah prayed for? And Elijah, right? For those that received rain, remember that he made it rain, right? He had juice with the Father to make that to happen, right? Bring rain. And for the dead, that he might live, and Hezekiah for the people in the days of Sennacherib, right? Yeah. And many for many. So he's asking them, man, what for people prayed for all kind of people, didn't they? Check out what he's gonna tell them. And if therefore now, when corruption is grown up and unrighteousness increase, and righteous have prayed for the ungodly, wherefore shall it not be so then also? He answered me and said, oh, this is the coldest answer. This present world is not the end. The full glory abideth not therein, right? Therefore have they who were able prayed for the weak, but the day of judgment shall be the end of this time. Ooh, it's too late to pray, is what he just told him, right? It's done. It's too late. In the beginning of the immortal for it to come, wherein corruption is passed away, right? They're gone. You ain't gonna be able to call them out of torment. See that? Intemperance is at an end. Infidelity is cut off. So if you was doing that, that spirit takes you with it. And what's another one? Intemperance, y'all. You can't control your temper. Let me tell you, you'll never control it unless you see how the love saves you. When you love somebody, you're not going to lose your temper on them. You love them. You love. You don't have those emotions anymore. They leave you. Right? Intemperance is at its end. Right? It's at an end. Infidelity is cut off, but righteousness is grown and truth is sprung up. Right? Those people in the Sapphire, we loved each other so much, y'all. Oh man, that's why I was talking that talk that I know who my spirit family is now. Remember all of that? 115. Then shall no man be able to have mercy on him that is cast in the judgment, nor to thrust down him that has gotten the victory. Those with the victory, they're gone, right? Those that was cast in the judgment, they went down. See you later, right? It's over. That's over, y'all. Con 116. I answered them. I'm not even being born in the earth. He's still feeling for the people that's going to perish, right? Or else, when it had given him uh, to have restrained him from sinning, right? That the Father took away his goodwill. Nah, I mean, there is a free will God, right? For what profit is it for all that are in this present time to live in heaviness and after death to look for punishment, right? Because it's a hard life and then you die into a harder death, you know? Never. You going forward, you're trailblazing team. You're in it, right? All praise to the Most High. And matter of fact, it's more than one of y'all. I feel it. A few of y'all get this, right? And you going, man, the things you worried about, things you guilty of right now, they falling off of your shoulders right now, right? 118. Oh, thou Adam, what hast thou done? He's mad at Adam now. Man, why did you sin, right? Why did every man have to inherit your sin? Now they in trouble, right? Unless they receive Christ. We didn't have no choice whether or not we received Adam, right? And all of his sin. We got that. We here. That's a part of being a man. That's a part of being born, right? Now, adopting Christ the right way, right? And not being able to go into the afterlife. That's what the challenge is, right? Not receiving Christ the right way. And I'm telling you, if you are void of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, you haven't received Christ properly, right? Yes, yes, yes. For though it was thou that sinned, the evil is not fallen on thee alone, Adam, right? But upon all of us that come of thee. Everybody that's born to Adam. 119. For what profit is it unto us if there be promised us an immortal time, whereas we have done the works that bring death? Yeah, promises were available, but we ain't receiving that. We fell off. We headed in the torments, right? 120. And that there is promised us an everlasting hope, whereas ourselves most miserable are become vain. Oh man, we became vain, y'all, right? In our vain mind, right? In becoming wise of the world, we became fools of the heavenly realm. You see that? Patience of health and safety, whereas we have lived wickedly. So since we live wickedly, we ain't gonna be welcomed into them habitations of health and safety. Health and safety, that's a great way to describe the sapphire, right? It's a great way to survive. That's a great way to describe it, right? Verse 122, and that the glory of the Most High shall defend them which have led a pure life, whereas we have walked in the most wicked ways of all. 123, and that there shall be showed a paradise whose fruit endureth without decay, right? Them 12 trees, right? With 12 manner of fruit, right? 12 manner of diverse fruit, right? Revelation 21, ain't it? Wherein is abundance and healing now, but we shall not enter into it. Huh? For we have walked in unpleasant places. So your places wasn't pleasant. That's not the secret place, and that ain't earth. That's somewhere else. This unpleasant place, right? And that the faces of them which have used abstinence shall shine above the stars. That's us. Shining above the stars, right? Above with the stars. What is abstinence? That's all the stuff you gave up in order to make it, right? So it's about shedding off, y'all. It ain't about adding on. It's about shedding off and doing less and needing less, right? That's that want nothing that I understood in this earth before I had my experience, right? Telling y'all, your brother, I was on, y'all. I was on. And that's what all of this means, you know? Be mad at me if you want. But remember that guy before I went to the Sapphire? He was right, right? And that's what the Father is showing. See this? Whereas our faces shall be darker than darkness. No, it not, because y'all gonna listen to this. Y'all gonna line it up. Y'all gonna get right. Y'all got everything y'all need now to get right. And it's easy. You're gonna see it's easy. Soon as you vow to love, it ain't nothing, man. It's easy. Matter of fact, the more you do it, the better it feels. Right? And the first time really don't feel that bad. Ha ha ha. You didn't do nothing but get better, baby. Right? Don't worry about nothing, ain't it? Ooh, don't you worry about a thing. You gonna be all right. This ain't hard. You don't need no guru guiding you, and you don't need all of that, right? You don't, fam. You all right? Just love, man. Like I've been telling y'all, right? That's all you gotta do is love. Do a little charity. Break off a little piece of what you got. You know how to do that, right? You know, never buy nothing for yourself. Buy two and give one away. It's easy. It ain't nothing, y'all. For while we lived and committed iniquity, we considered not what should have to suffer after dark, what we should have to suffer after death, right? And you hear Esdras talking like this, right? And the angel is going to get fed up with him talking like that. The angel don't like him saying that, counting himself with the condemned, right? And let's just keep reading. Let's just keep reading. 127. Then he answered and said, this is the condition of the battle, right? This is where we sit, them that fight, right? This is where they're sitting in that fight. You know how that is, the battle. You trying to conquer all of these, commandments, right? That is like impossible. It's like pouring water into a bottomless cup, right? Which man that is born upon the earth shall fight, right? That's the fight we all fought, right? 128, that if he be overcome, he shall suffer as though has said. So if he be overcome by that stuff, then he got this worse outcome, right, of the two. But if he get the victory, he shall receive the thing that I say, right? 129, for this is the way whereof Moses spake unto the people while he lived, saying, choose life. Remember that? When he brought down them tablets and said, I charge you today to keep these commandments, right? He gave the first 15 verses, and then from 15 to 68 was if you roll over on these laws, baby, you got all this coming. For a long time, we've been getting that 15 to 68, right? We've been trapped in them curses. And those curses, that's just the tip of the iceberg. If your heart stopped in that situation, right? In that situation, then it gets way worse than them curses, y'all. These curses ain't nothing compared to that torment. You see that? For this is the way whereof Moses spake unto the people while he lived, saying, choose life that thou mayest live. Right? 130. Nevertheless, they believed not him. We didn't believe him, or we didn't know. You know, I don't blame y'all. From my experience and back, I don't blame y'all. We didn't know. It wasn't clear, right? I was lucky. I stumbled upon it, but I didn't know I stumbled upon it. But when I attached myself to that love, it attached itself to me, right? In 2015. You see that? That's when I was you know, received by it for the first time. Go back and get the conversation we had. I forget what number it was. I'm gonna remember what number it was. It was the selection, right? The selection of 2015. Let me find it for you. So you could go back and get that. The selection of 2015. My my internet is freezing up a little bit. Okay, it's going. Later for that, y'all. Later for that. Let's just finish getting this. Uh, Stay locked in with us, or you could type it in, search for it. You know, the selection of 2015 when I was selected. It's a story, you know. I'm by myself, I'm chilling, you know. I had been trying to prove myself to the love for a good year. And when the love accepted me back, emotions blew up in my chest, right? And all in my body. And it just felt warm. It felt like a little piece of the sapphire, to tell you the truth. That's how I felt. You know, it was much stronger. I remember thinking that too. I remember it dawning on me that this is what came and got me in 2015. Like, this wasn't, you know, I wasn't barely being introduced to this. I met this in 2015, a chunk of it, right? I was sitting the same way I'm sitting at this table, and water came out of my face, y'all. It was pouring. My hands, my arms was wet, my desk was wet. Water just came out of my face. I wasn't crying at first. It was just coming out. I started crying before it was over, but for like that first half of it, I wasn't crying, y'all. My face was just, and I just like, and I leaned over like, we are buffering, we are buffering. You know, I thought I tried to like catch it with my hands. It was too much. I wet my hands up. I wet my arms up. I wet my desk up. I had to be careful with my computer because my MacBook and my butter. I tried not to get no water in there, right? And I just jumped up. I jumped up and I left, y'all. I left everything. I left a beat playing and everything. It was wild, crazy. It was crazy, y'all. And I never really had no reason to tell anybody. I think I told a few people. It might have been some people that I told would attract like commandments of love and stuff like that. Like, how'd you do that? But all praise to the Most High, you know, for that, for the love, y'all. You know, love is real, it's living, it's breathing, it's an entity, and it's a place. It collects us in everything, and we turn into it. It is a spirit, right? It is a spirit, and you have the means right now to attach yourself to whatever kind of spirit you want to be. That's what the flesh affords you. That's what this time in this flesh vessel, you could be whatever you want to be, y'all. If you want to keep being mean, then I mean, there's a being that turns into when you lose your flesh, and there's a place for that. Please don't be that, y'all. Please don't be that. Latch on to this love in 1 Corinthians chapter 13, right? 131. So that there shall not be such heaviness in their destruction, as there shall be joy over them that are persuaded to salvation. Right? Now, I didn't talk so long, I forgot where that was leading us. Nevertheless, they believed not him. Right? That's talking about them that didn't believe Moses, nor yet the prophets after him. They didn't believe the prophets. No, nor me which have spoken unto them. Right? They didn't believe Esdras either. Right now, 131. So that there shall not be such heaviness in their destruction, as there shall be joy over them that are persuaded to salvation. Right? So if they would have listened to Moses, right? If they would have listened to Esdras, then they would have had these, outcomes on the other side. They would have been delivered into that, right? 132, I answered then and said, I know, Lord, that the Most High is now called merciful, and that he has mercy upon them which are not yet come into the world. He have compassion upon those that turn to his law. What's the law again, y'all? There's two of them. Constantly need them, right? Constantly need to love the Most High and love your neighbor as yourself. You see that? Constantly. It's never slipping off. It's never missing a, right? And 136, in great mercy, for that he multiplied more and more mercies to them that are present, right? And that are past, and also to them which are to come, right? Because they still got living to do at this time. These ain't the last days that they're in. So when they say they which are to come, they're talking about us, y'all. We're wound up in that, right? We are also them which are to come, right? That was, man, centuries, millenniums ago from when me and you got a life right now. 137, for if he multiplied not his mercies, the world would not continue with them that dwell therein. 138, and one giveth, key word forgive, y'all, we getting into it. For if he did not forgive of his goodness, right, that they which have committed iniquities might be eased of them, the 10,000th part of men, right? The 10th of 1,000, that's 10%, right? 1,000 out of 10,000, that's 10%, y'all. Part of men would not remain living. So that's who he's saving, 10%, y'all. 90 down the volcano, ain't it? 139, and a judge, for if he did not pardon them that were created by his word, because his word created us, right? And blot out the multitude of offenses, if he didn't let our offenses go, right? 140, there would peradventure be very few left in an innumerable multitude. Right? So even the ones who he did, their sins, fam. We all sinned. You see that? But it's only gonna profit him to forgive 10% of our sins. 10% of us. 10% of all creation. So take 1 penny, put it on the table. Take 9 pennies and put it nearby, but just look at them. And then, boom, when you look at that 1 penny, you're looking at that remnant, y'all. When you look at them 9 pennies, you're looking at that great multitude. Set that up for yourself and do that, y'all. Set that up for yourself. Take 9 of anything. Take 10 of anything and just separate one. Just take one. Remember when I said that's like him making a big, nice cake and just taking the cherry off of the cake. Boop, and throwing the rest of the cake in the trash. Boom. Right? That's what the remnant is. So take 10 of anything and separate one. And separate one. And see how that one look compared to the 9. See that? And if you do that, you're looking at the remnant and the great perishing multitude, right? You're looking at it, y'all. Right, let me save this for myself. 2nd Esdras 7. Annotated, right? Save that for myself. I would like to and that's that, y'all. But on the way out, you know, we can't go nowhere until we get the golden chapter. Right? Now, let's hear our only way out of this. Let's hear our only way out of this, fam. Let's hear our onlyest way out of this. Okay? Now, this chapter is just going to get deeper and deeper on you every time we read it, fam. The more we understand, the more we're going to grow into what this chapter is telling us. Con? Now listen to this, fam. Listen to our chapter. 1 Corinthians chapter 13. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, I talk with the tongues of men and angels, right? An angel could pop up and we can have a thorough conversation speaking in a language that nobody else on earth ever heard, right? I can do that. But if I have not charity, I am become a sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal. To who? You know it's sounding good to people in the earth, right? It's sounding like that to the Most High, y'all. He's going to hate that. He's going to hate your voice. So imagine you live your whole life sounding like a sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal, and then you go before that throne with an excuse. You're going to sound like a sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal then too, before the throne, right? He's going to condemn you down the volcano. You go, right? Ain't no chance with that, right? What changes that? That you have charity. If I have not charity, that was the downside of that verse, right? What's the downside of this verse? Same. If I have not charity, right? But what are you trying to stack up to replace charity with? The gift of prophecies, right? You're trying to switch that out for charity. It don't suffice. And all mysteries don't suffice. All the knowledge you could learn, it don't suffice. All the faith you could have, it don't suffice. You can move a mountain with your faith. With your faith, it don't suffice. It don't replace charity. You are still what? I am nothing. You see that? 3. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, oh, I'm wicked as all hell, right? I don't want to love anybody, right? And I'm only going to do charity because I think it's going to even things out. Ain't nothing changed in my heart, but I'm giving away all my stuff, right? Though I though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, that does not suffice. It does not replace this right here. It don't replace it. It don't replace that charity right there. It does not. And though I give my body to be burned, you think that make you something? Oh, watch me jump on the altar and burn up, right? If you didn't have no charity, baby, it does what? It profited me nothing. Period. Y'all see what this book is telling us? Y'all see what this chapter is telling us? Nothing replaces charity, fam. Nothing. Ain't nothing you can put in exchange for it. All of these great things you know how to do. Guess what? Don't count. Don't count. Now it's going to start taking us into what charity is. For charity suffers long. It's long suffering. And guess what? And it's kind. It's kind while it's suffering. It ain't suffering and cussing everybody out. No, it's kind while it's suffering. Charity envieth not. It's not jealous, right? Charity vaunteth not itself. It's not all about itself, right? It's not puffed up. It's not puffed full of pride, right? Does not behave itself unseemly, right? It's always going to think and act reasonably, right? Even in the worst situations. Whoa, how he holding it together like that, right? Man, you see that dude just spit on him, right? Didn't we do that for Christ? Oh, they hit him in the off, got himself together, and just kept on walking. You see that? You can't get us to behave unseemly, right? Seek if not her own. Who is her? Wisdom, y'all, the Holy Spirit. And when it fills you up, you ain't gonna seek your own. You see that? It's not easily provoked. Shout out to that type of person. It don't take much to get them trying to take your head off with words or otherwise, right? It's easy to say, man, the quickest thing to a brother, you know, a quick fuse and get it on. It's on, right? It's up, what they say now, right? If it's up, then it's up, ain't it? Real quick and easy, right? That's easily provoked, y'all. Think if no evil. That's why it's easy. That's why he's easily to be provoked, because he's already there in his head, and he's already saying the next thing this brother say right here, right? It's on. I know how that feels. I've been that kind of guy, right? That's the best person that could tell you about it is somebody who that was them. That was me. I was already there in my head, right? So soon as the word came, it was like, you jumping up, you like, what's happening? You pulling up them pants real quick, you spreading them knees out, making sure you yank them pants up, and then you gonna square off. What's happening? Come here, and it's on, because you already there in your head. Think of no evil. We don't think no evil, not anymore. Who that? Not me. That guy. So I barely remember this guy, right? 6, rejoice if not in the truth, y'all. Rejoice if not in iniquity, y'all. And seeing that they know, I don't mind too much seeing you don't know what you're doing, man, that's a gentle edification, But I know I done told you already. I done told you twice, right? We only got about 3 times to tell you. It's time to tell you that 3rd time now. Look me in the face like, Bron's talking to him. I got Bron's coming at me like this. Yeah, I'm coming at you like that, buddy. This is like strike 3. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you for the last time. I can't tell you no more after this, right? But guess what? Rejoice if in the truth. We're going to rejoice in that truth. When you get it together, oh, we best friends. We are best friends. But according to Ezekiel 3, I can't rejoice in your iniquity, brother. I got to let you know that's off. I got to let you know that's wrong, man. Right? But 7, beareth all things. We're going to bear all things, right? We're going to wear all things. Why we got to wear all things? Because we bear all things. We ain't worried about something, right? The truth is more important. Let us walk honestly, right? That's how we would act and would walk in these last days. We was at that scripture the other day. Let us walk honestly. We got to walk honestly. We can't be hiding our feelings and things, right? Yes, yes, yes. Because that might save somebody's life. All of your shyness and embarrassment and all of that, somebody's going to hell because you shy. Nah, let that fly. Let that out, Prophesy in the name of Christ, Go after that soul, and let them at least refuse it. Let them refuse it and whatever, you know. But on the other hand, they receive you and you have saved the soul. You got a paycheck coming for that, right? That's what gets you here, right? And I'm gonna tell you, when you drop that flesh now, I didn't need no other reward. That's how good it feels. I don't care if we stayed there where we were at, right? It felt good just to be there. It felt good, just to be that blue being that I was, right? That felt good. I didn't ever need anything else. So I'm gonna tell you, even though the Father bribes us with all of these other great things after we get off in there, you don't need that. Soon as that flesh goes, I didn't know where I was going, but I knew it felt good. Right? Man, I was in the dark. I couldn't see nothing yet. And I was like, man, that felt so good. It felt so good before I even start seeing anything, y'all. But that's why we bear all. And what is that? That's hating your life. That's being uncomfortable for the Most High, right? Which we just read in second Esdras chapter 7 just now, right? They faced all this discomfort in their life for the Most High's sake. That's part of it, y'all. Man, I'm embarrassed. Man, I really don't want to go into this. Y'all been seeing me do that for years, right? Remember how I used to talk that junk and have that shock value? Whoa, I can't believe he just said that, right? That's why this page exploded with that music the way it did. Because it was like, man, he's saying stuff that I could only think about, but I would never, right? I would never let this out. And that's what made it so special, y'all. I was bearing all things, y'all. The stuff we're scared to say, the stuff we was worried about people looking at us different. I said it, right? I let you know how big a sinner I was, all of that, right? That's bearing all things. Believeth all things, right? Before I saw the electric blue, I was living like I already had. Believe all things, y'all. Give everything the space to be true or false, right? Let it be what it is and keep watching it. Watch it to change. Because some things are some things one day, the next day is something else. And you was like, man, when I saw that yesterday, I ran. So that's why it's telling us believe all things, y'all. Don't cut nothing off. Let everything be what it's going to be until we get to this judgment, right? Till we get to this judgment, man. Let everything be. That's when we judge, right? When we don't got this flesh no more, right? Let everything be what it is. But you know what is right. It's going to tell us what's right, right? That's what this chapter is doing. It's telling us what's right. And it's only telling us one thing. And it's dissing everything else. It's telling you don't lean on that. It's telling you to lean on charity, fam. It's the only things that gonna shape. It's the only things that gonna save us, right? So believe if all things, hope all things, hope all things good. That is, definitely don't hope nothing bad. Hope all good things for everybody, no matter how you feel about them, right? That's gonna save your life. Trust me. hopeth all good things, right? Endureth all things. Don't never have that thought, baby. Keep on this path and just perfect this love and this charity, right? It's explaining to you. That's the charitable heart. Y'all see that? It's breaking it down to you. It's explaining it to you. Going forward, chapter verse 8. Verse 8. Charity never fails. It never fails, y'all. If somebody is hungry and you feed them, did charity fail? No. Always going to do what it's intended to do. Always. Always. You filling a hole, that's charity. It'll always fill that hole, right? But whether there be prophecies, now here goes the guy flipping the prophecies like a master, right? And he thinks that's all he needs. Oh, he told us this. Oh, he showed us that. That's prophecies, fam. And guess what? They shall fail. They shall fail, y'all. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. All that stuff you know, it's going to condemn you. You're going to wish you, because that's the only way that you fulfill those things. Right? You better get about this charity, because that's the only way you fulfill all of that law that you know and that you do your best to follow. Right? You see that? That knowledge, it shall vanish away. 9, for we know in part. We knew pieces and parts. This commandment, that commandment. I knew this. I'm following that. I knew this one, but when I focused on these 10, I slipped off on that one. And somebody had to remind me of that one. How many of us have felt that? Somebody bringing you some news because they see you making an error, and they bring you that news, and they think they telling you something that you don't know. And you're like, yeah, I know that. I do that. But it's like, well, you just fell off this time, right? And that's how we're slipping and falling off on all it. Ain't nothing. They can't tell me nothing since 1 Corinthians chapter 13, right? I'm on point with them, baby. So I'm not pulling this out my behind when I'm telling y'all about this. It really fulfills the law, y'all. It tightens it up, ain't it? Yes, yes, yes. That's knowing in part, trying to keep all of these separate precepts. And the brother was going in on me the other day, precept, precept, and precept upon precept. And he's going to all of these different places in the book. See, precept, precept. I'm just listening to him, and I let him just go wild the way he was going wild. And when he gave me a moment, I calmly told him, brother, do you know what a precept is? And it dawned on him right there. And he was like, oh, I done messed up. Right? I seen it in his face, and then he tried to move around, and I was like, no. What is a precept, brother? Do you know what a precept is? I was like, man, precept ain't going from this fact, that scripture. A precept is a law stacked up on top of another law, stacked up on top of another law, right? And that's how you're learning. When we go into the details of it, that's how we learn. Precept must be upon precept, line upon line, line upon line. Here a little, there a little, right? Because the book is scattered. And you're jumping chapters, you're jumping books, you're jumping different prophets, and they're all telling you the same thing. And then you get up in the New Testament and it's doing the same thing. They all were there, and they all have these different accounts of Christ, right? They're doing the same thing in the New Testament, right? And that's what it is. And what are they? Ordinances, different rules, different ways to either keep or break loving your Father in heaven with all your whole soul, heart, mind, and might, or loving your neighbor as yourself. That's what each and every one of these precepts on. But that's what a precept is, y'all. It's a law stacked up on top of another law. It's a commandment. right? Shut him down, tow him up, right? End of it. But, verse 10, but when that which is perfect is come, you're not seeing the law in pieces and parts anymore. When you get here, when you understand, when you take this as a whole, right? Ask me how I know. And I'll tell you it's because of being in the sapphire, y'all. That's how I know. Okay. Then that which is in part shall be done. Now we understand all of those pieces and parts. We're not hanging on that. We're hanging on the whole, right? We're hanging on the whole of it. Because if you go backwards and you try to lean on one or two commandments here and there, you focus on these cluster of commandments, you're falling off on some other ones. You see that? And now it's time to grow up. You see that? Now that which is perfect is come, you speak as a child, right? You think as a child, you understand as a child, not no more. Now I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Why are you thinking as a child? Because you're understanding those pieces and parts. And you're rolling over on some more important things, right? And you look like a baby. You look unlearned like a child. You see that? Yes, yes, yes. 12. For now I see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. Right? What is that? A freak revelation. That's a freak revelation. Everybody's not promised that. Everybody's not promised to know even as if they are known, even as also they are known. You're not promised that. You know why? Because when you see that, it's impossible for you to be a hypocrite. You jump out of your body and you look back and see yourself. That's what that means. You see yourself the way everybody else was looking at you, right? Now you can do that in the body and you can do that out of the body, right? I've done it both ways. I've shed my flesh. I know how that feels. And I saw myself how the Most High was seeing me. I knew exactly what I was worth to him, right? Glory be unto his holy name, ain't it? But that's seeing through a glass darkly. And that's how you see right now. But guess what? If you adopt this that I'm talking about right now, you no longer see through that glass darkly. You're seeing it all. You're seeing the whole law. You're seeing the whole law be clumped, right? It's clumped up for your understanding and for you to take it as one nugget. What is that one nugget? 1 Corinthians chapter 13. It's called the golden chapter, right? That's what I'm calling it, the golden chapter, baby, right? Glory be unto the Most High. For now, we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know, even as I am known, right? Firm fist to the 12 tribes worldwide and the beloved Gentiles that accompany them. We love you, right? Love all of y'all. Last verse, verse 13. And now abideth faith, hope, charity. Now we know faith and hope is important, ain't it? Very valuable, ain't it? But guess what? These three. But guess what? But the greatest of these is charity. Shabbat Shalom. Y'all enjoy your Sabbath. And y'all keep a nice, tight Sabbath out there. I pray you do, right? Because this is the sign between him and us, the sign between him and his children. And when everybody out of heaven look down in this earth for the Sabbath, they want to see you keeping it right. Don't let them look down at you and right and running around with a chicken, like a chicken with your head cut off, wiping sweat. Whoo, right? Don't let them see you doing that, right? Keep a nice, tight Sabbath. Come on. All praises to the Most High. I love you, family. Shalom.